Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the NFL Draft. I'm Brian Nemhauser. You can find me on Twitter at HawkBlogger. And folks, this is a great day of the draft. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, because not only do we get to have the Seahawks pick second overall pick today, but they picked twice in the 4th round at 102 and 118. Those are going to be critical picks. I think a lot of moves to be made. They have 2 picks in the 6th round. Those will also be big. And besides that, we get our first chance to have Jeff Simmons on the show this year for the draft. Jeff, how are you doing, man?
I'm good, man. This is my favorite time of year. Last 2 days have been so fun. I've caught up on. I've seen a bunch of your shows. I've seen the 2 times they've made picks. I was a little annoyed that I don't know if Derek and Evan know the depth of me and you players, but right after the Seahawks picked Haynes yesterday, Tip Ryman went to Arizona directly after, and you were looking up like all of the Haynes stuff, and like Tip Ryman's name is sitting on the screen. I'm watching this at like 1 a.m. Eastern time, like yelling, like someone needs to tell Brian that Tip Ryman just went, which was like we did mocks where he went in like the 6th and 7th, and you're like, there's no way he went in the 3rd round. And so I'm sitting there like yelling at my TV at 1 a.m. last night, like someone needs to tell Brian this. So it was funny, man.
That is funny. I gotta say, as much as I am a Tip Ryman guy, very much a Tip Ryman guy, I did not see him going ahead of Theo Johnson. Did not see him going ahead of Jatavian Sanders. Did not see him going ahead of those types of tight ends. Maybe even Cade Stover. Like, I was a little surprised to see him go that high, but I really like the player. I don't think he's a 3rd round pick. I think that's a pretty big reach.
But yeah, so we covered this like area of the draft so many times in these mocks, and I don't know how you felt, but I thought that wait to 81 was gonna like eat me alive. Just seeing those names go off the board, it wasn't as bad as I anticipated. I don't know if you guys felt the same. There was only the Junior Colson one was a gut punch for me. I don't know
Yeah.
if you felt the same way because the numbers were starting to look good there, but there weren't as many gut punches as I thought, and that surprised me. I thought I was going to really struggle. Even like 47, I think the Giants took. Oh, here we go, Finn. I think the Giants took the safety from Minnesota that we had looked at, Newbin, with the Seahawks like initial pick, and that range didn't hurt me as much as I thought it would. But man, some of the evaluations you've made in the last couple months like really came to light yesterday. Like I sweat going 37. That your
I was
reaction was
hoping I was wrong on that, to be honest.
like, man, tennis like that's where we looked at him, and then after all these reports, I thought he might be around today. So many guys we looked at are sitting here on the board. So it's weird to get through a Seahawks draft over 2 days and not being angry at them. I'm ready for them to hurt me this morning because I don't know if I've had this feeling in a long time.
Yeah. Let's bring in Nathan Ernst, who's joining us this morning as well.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Nathan, at Nathan E11 on Twitter. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I think one of the things that really I don't know if you guys watched the press conference with Mike and John. I even have to remember their names. It's still fresh to me. I thought the vibes were a little bit better. It didn't seem as awkward as day one seemed almost like they were. I don't know. It wasn't a great vibe there, but day 2 I thought was better, and it was interesting to me a couple things there that they both of them made a point to say that they see Haynes as not just a guard, but someone that can play center as well. And John made the point a couple of times, unprompted kind of, that they're not necessarily done at interior line. And that got me excited because I think that's the right move. Nathan, you and I talked about that last night. Like, add Christian Mahogany, add Mason McCormick. These are Scott Huff style linemen, athletic, strong, finishing guys. And if you have if you have Haynes battling with Olu, and then you get another guard who's battling with the guards, and maybe Haynes is battling with the guards too, but your chances of actually upgrading the offensive line, I think, go up significantly if they take that tack. And so I'm a little hopeful, like, that they, in the 4th round, call another guard's name. How do you feel about that?
It'd be pretty cool. Do you know who ESPN has as the number 1 guard left on the board here?
Christian Mahogany? Mason
Laumea.
McCormick?
Laumea, the guard from Utah.
Oh,
Which is
interesting.
interesting because in most of the other mocks, or the simulators at least, he's available a lot later. But I would actually kind of love him here too, along with Mahogany and McCormick. I think those are the 3 really interesting names. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, throw a big pile of these guys in there, see who shakes out where, and like you said, you're just putting more against the wall, so you've got a better chance of making a real upgrade.
I think we got to talk about the drafts get started, and we'll share here as the picks come in. We got to talk about Spencer Rattler. Everybody wants to know about Rattler. Everybody thinks, like, take Rattler here. He's not on my list. Like, I think that is not a move that I think helps your team in the next 2 years. And I'm fine with Sam Howell, and I'd rather have Sam Howell and these other players that we're talking about than Rattler. But that's my opinion. People know my opinion. I'm curious where you are. Jeff, let's start with you on that one.
I think the fact that he's still sitting here is not a great sign for where he is as a prospect. And like, if he went round 3, or I'd understand a little more. But the fact that he's sitting here, I think, is pretty telling. I think that's been kind of my evaluation of him. Is he seems more as a project, a long-term backup. They have that in Howell. I think you're just doubling up at a spot. And I'm with you, Brian. I think the opportunity cost of taking Rattler here is a good chance to really hit another position. And we looked at safety in this range the whole time, and a lot of the names we'd looked at are still on the board. Guard, to double up at guard would be something I've been advocating a lot during our simulators. A lot of those we ended up with Zach Sinter coming off the broken leg, but same kind of thing. I don't think they're one guard away from fixing this offensive line, or one center away. And the Georgia center, Van Pran, is still there. So interior offensive line, safety, linebacker, I would rather those things. I think Rattler's just a total dice roll. I'd maybe even rather take Pratt at the next pick. I'm not there on Rattler. Like, I think if you wanted him, you could have got him last night. And if you're sitting back on a quarterback, I can't imagine they have such a high grade on him. So I wouldn't be that excited about it.
A move that I am braced for, but not braced very well for, like, I'm going to not like it when it happens, is if they trade down from 102 to pick up a 5th round pick. I could absolutely see them. There's so many guys that are of interest to them. I could absolutely see them doing that. I think it's a mistake. I think that this draft is not super, super deep, especially at a few positions. I personally would rather them stick and pick in the 4th. If you want, maybe trade back from 118. But I think more than most drafts, I think these higher round pick or mid-round picks are just significantly more valuable than the later round picks in ways that's always true, but I think it's even more accentuated this year. So I want them to stick and pick at 102 and grab the best player they've got, even if it's, not the most clear position. If they got Austin Booker, I'd be excited. If they get, there's a number of these guys that I think are interesting. Even if they drafted Theo Johnson, who I think is a mistake strategically to take a tight end in this part. That's a position I think you can get later. Fine. Like, he's a very interesting prospect. But, like, are you guys thinking, what's your percentage likelihood of stick and pick versus trade down? Nathan, what's your thought there?
I feel like it might be 60-70% trade down.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's what I'm predicting. I think trade down is definitely the right call here if you can add a 5th round pick, and move down even like 15 spots. I don't know how that works out in the trade math and everything, but
I think they can move down 5 to 10 spots and pick up a 5th round pick.
Yeah, then absolutely, I think that's the right move. That would be really exciting because there's like 10 guys that I'm still excited about sitting right here. Yeah, and I think that's probably pretty likely. It sounds like, I mean, who knows with John, but it sounds like they've been working the phones. Like they're not moving like they normally do, but it doesn't sound like it's for lack of at least exploring the options. And this seems like a pretty good spot to add a pick. They just need like some rookie contracts, if nothing else, on this team. So I think it'd be a good move.
Jeff, not who do you think they're going to pick? Not even necessarily who do you want them to pick with your head. Who would make you the most excited if their name got called out for the Seahawks of the guys that are left?
I think Malik Mustafa. He's been my guy and just the kind of player. Jaden Hicks is probably a better prospect and probably should get me more excited. But again, my theme for this draft is getting physical. It's getting harder to play against. We got two trench players. Mustafa might not be the coverage player that Hicks is, but he is a hitter. And he's been the guy I've been targeting in this range. But I'm starting with Nathan. I kept trying to play with the simulators today and trying to figure out how to get that 5th round pick and not drop down too much. Because there's a lot more numbers than I would have realized at this point in the draft. But again, I don't want to drop too far because it does fall off at a point. But then not having that 2nd, 3rd rounder last night, my gut is actually that they pick here. When I actually think they should probably do the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some guys that were borderline 2nd round graded players that are available that I think are going to be gone in a few picks. Jaden Hicks is one of them. There goes Jatavian Sanders. That's another one. So the Seahawks are on the clock. By the way, Jatavian Sanders had the same agent as Byron Murphy, who we know that John Schneider was very tight with. He acknowledged that. I mean, TJ Tampa was a guy. There are some people that had him as a late first round grade. So there's just some really one of the guys I'd be most excited about that is not the most logical is Malik Washington. I really like him as a receiver. I certainly be happy to hear his name get called. But I think honestly, if they grab another guard like Mahogany or McCormick, I would be super excited. So there's a lot of guys. I mean, there are a lot of guys I would be excited to hear called. Who do you think would make the team the best? Maybe like who, regardless of vibes. I mean, who do you think would absolutely be the biggest upgrade to the team's winning potentials?
Maybe.
Whoa, and there it is. Traded.
That was the one I did today.
Okay,
Denver has a ton of 5th round picks.
Could somebody look up the? So the Seahawks moved down. Oh my gosh, they moved. Well, did they move out of the 4th round?
No, that had to be 121.
I mean, but it shows still there unless it didn't update.
It said Denver made the trade, but
right.
Well, there it is. Okay.
Someone look up the trade.
I'm looking it up. I don't see any.
Yeah.
I was braced for it.
Funny enough, I was playing on the sim before, and Denver had a ton of picks in the 4th and 5th round. So that was the one I kept trying to figure out, and the sims kept projecting me. So I'm curious what.
Let me look to see what Denver has to work with. They only have the 121. There has to be 121 that they got back, and then they have 3 5th round picks, including the first pick of the 5th round. Maybe they got 2 5th round picks. That doesn't make 16 and 13 is 29. The Seahawks pick is worth 34.
Here it is. Okay.
Future pick.
They got 121 and 136 and 207 for 102 and 235.
Oh, I like that.
That's a win. They got 121 and 136. I tried the same trade and they rejected me.
So now the Seahawks get picks 118, 121, or like they're gonna get a few guys right back to back, and then they'll be on the clock again at 136.
Is 136 in the 4th or 5th?
It's in the 5th. 136 is the first pick of the 5th round.
Okay, so that's a good trade.
Yeah, so adding that up, someone do the quick math for me. 23, 16, and what did you say?
So it was
207,
121, 136, and 207.
Yeah, so that's 20. That's 43 points of value for 34 points of what the Seahawks had. So that's almost a plus 10.
And they
pick.
also moved up 30 spots in the 7th round.
Yeah, that is a great trade.
Denver should really
I'm sorry to
stop
see that
trading
pick
those.
go, but that's a great trade.
It's funny because I don't know. Moving back 20 picks is kind of a lot here. I think that's real.
You guys just flipped.
I know we did because I was thinking like, okay, if you can move 10 to 15, sure, but 20, I feel like puts you right on the verge of all of these guys that are pretty cool being gone.
You know what I think is going to be available though, Nathan? I think that some of those guards are still going to be available. I think
they dropped 19 spots to get 136 essentially.
I mean, from a value standpoint, it is a home run. That's a really good trade for the Seahawks. Nathan's right though, in that what we always talk about, trade downs mathematically always are going to make sense in almost all cases. But if you look at the draft, there's an inverse relationship with where the best players are taken for a reason. So the farther you move down, you know, the joke I always make with Nathan is like, yeah, you could trade down and have every pick in the 7th round. I don't think that's going to make you a better team than keeping your 1st round pick or 2nd round pick. So there is a limit to how much trading down improves you as a team. And the bet here for the Seahawks is that they now have a cluster of 3 picks within about 20 picks of each other. And they think that they're going to get more value there than they would have just sticking at 102.
Troy Franklin
is interesting. And I think the Seahawks benefited from Troy Franklin sticking around this long. I don't know that they would have gotten that kind of compensation if a player like Franklin wasn't here.
He's back with Bo Nix.
That's right. That's right.
The least exciting team in the NFL.
Is there anyone more dislikable at coach than Sean Payton right now? Is he like the most dislikable coach?
A lot of the dislikable guys have been kind of churned out the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Like McDaniels is gone, and
what about Jim Harbaugh? Jim Harbaugh's become kind of likable. It's strange.
I'm not there at all. Not there at all.
Maybe I feel differently if he was still in San Francisco, but he's I don't know.
Mike McCarthy
he's definitely put on a different face, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Oh, what about Sean McDermott? Mr. 9/11 himself.
That was a bad quote. I like Sean McDermott though, but I guess I don't know him that much as a guy.
Oh, and Brian Daboll is by all accounts a huge.
Oh,
yeah.
Evidence points to him being, but he like his public persona.
Both of those guys publicly are fine,
but Peyton isn't.
No, Peyton's like egomaniac.
You know who's kind of on that list is the Eagles coach. He's
a prick.
He seems like
or not Steichen,
Sirianni.
Yeah,
he was the one screaming at a bunch of fans last year, and then they went in that tear, and then they like fell apart. And I remember he was screaming at Pete across the sideline when he had that idiot challenge. And
yeah, exactly. I feel like Peyton in some kind of way has improved Russ's image by being just such an ass. You're like, I hope now, like I actually find myself wanting Russ to succeed more just because I want Peyton to eat it. I would love Russ to play really well, even though it's for the Steelers and for the Broncos just to continue to eat shit. Like I would like that.
Wow, the Patriots have been on the clock for a while here.
Yeah, what's the time that they get in
I think it's 5 minutes.
Is it still 5 minutes on day 3?
Yeah.
That sucks, man.
There goes the
guards. There goes, Layden Robinson was a guy that Chad Ryder had from NFL.com going to the Seahawks. He had him going to the Seahawks in the 3rd round, which I was not a big fan of. But big boy.
I only watched him a little bit, but I was not wowed by any means.
No, he's not. I don't think he's a great athlete. He's like one of those just big tubs that you put at guard, and probably a fine rotational guy or something.
Yeah, he didn't excite me at all. So that was a name I remember when Chad put it out. I was like, I hope not.
Well, I think this puts them in a very good position to get tight end, guard and safety if they want. They also potentially like linebacker, guard, safety. All those positions, I think there's going to be some interesting guys. So let's take a quick look at available. So if we go by position, we know that the Seahawks, I mean, I just talked about tight end. There's a lot of interesting tight ends. Like, I think they could easily grab one of the guys. I think what this does is it gives them a chance to potentially get one of the tight ends that they like more instead of waiting for the last guy they can get in round 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then interior line, these guys will probably start coming off the board, but it'll hurt when McCormick will probably be gone. Mahogany will probably be gone, but maybe not.
There's one other guard here, right? Who's the other one? Oh, yeah. Lamea is rated really high by ESPN. I don't know if he's actually going to go in this
more
race.
Javian Cohen's interesting as well. He's just a big dude. Tanner Bartolini's a great athlete.
Mm-hmm. He's little, though. And it shows up.
So interior line could cost them that like this is where they might end up losing out.
If
safety also, I think this puts them in a better position to take Mustafa. I think Mustafa becomes a more likely pick.
Like Taylor Demerson, Vaki. There's a couple more names down the list.
Vaki's up this high in this board because PFF rates him as a running back. So I think I would not. He's not that high in a lot of other boards as a safety. A lot of people like Oladapo.
I didn't really see it with him.
Didn't jump for me either.
Ugh, Patriots.
I wanted to like him, but
Dominic Hampton, James Williams is an interesting name. I'm wondering where teams have him rated. He's basically a safety or a linebacker.
What's left at linebacker? Anything you like there?
Well, Cedric Gray's still there.
Yeah, that hurts a little to kind of sit and wait on him.
Yeah, I guess I think we all nailed that Trotter evaluation. He's still sitting around. He's got
Michael Barrett. Buzz. Oh, there goes Brandon Dorless. I mean,
yeah, that was the other one.
That's a good pick in the 4th
round. Okay, that's a good pick for them. I have not liked a lot of their picks. That's one of their better ones.
Curtis Jacobs, Jalen Ford, Ulofoshio could be a guy. I mean, I just don't like the linebacker group that much. So I wouldn't. I mean, edge. I think Austin Booker is definitely going to be gone by this point. Brennan Jackson becomes, I think, a more like that was my call to you this morning, Jeff. I think Brennan Jackson is going to be a Seahawk.
Yeah. Well, they got 3 picks coming up, so
I think the other one is Grayson Murphy, the UCLA edge who they've had visits with. He also could be one of the guys they look at. Christian Boyd.
Once you start to get into these names, though, Boyd and Murphy, like I know I said one of the Murphys with this pick, but that does start to get a little less exciting.
100%.
Yeah, they seem more like
100%.
late 5th round kind of prospects.
If they manage to trade back here and still get like one of the guards and one of the tight ends, that is really exciting. Like if they can take, so they have their choice right now between like Stover, Wiley, Theo Johnson, Eric All, a couple other guys that folks might like in there, like Barner or Bell or whoever. And then the guards is where it's going to be tight, right? Mahogany, McCormick. What do you think of Cohen? What do you think of
guards, linebackers?
Yeah. Linebacker, I have to think that if they traded back there, because it feels like a big, like it's Gray and then like a lot of guys that you feel like you can probably get a whole round later. Yeah.
One point I wanted to make. So they had Jaquan Jackson in for a visit. I hadn't done a lot of looking at him, but he's a slot receiver, 5'11", 105. They also had a visit with Anthony Gould. There goes Taylor Demerson.
There goes one of the safeties.
Yep. So they've got a type that they're looking for, to use one of Nathan's day one phrases. That was so good, man. That's one of my favorite parts of the shows. They've got a type. I wonder on receiver if this is a sneaky, like this is the place to draft one. I mean, they could get one of those guys later. Malik Washington's my favorite guy. He's 5'8", 194. So like they've got these little small guys in mind.
Meanwhile,
man.
I'm sitting here just staring at Johnny Wilson, being like, "Boy, that would be fun. That could be
Yeah,
really fun."
he's the exact opposite
Yeah.
of
Total
the guys
opposite.
that they've actually brought in, but I mean, it would be fun, right?
Yep.
We got a super chat from Douglas here. Thanks, Q2.
Maybe.
I think maybe a typo, but if not, thanks to whoever that is. Thank you too. There we go. I think that's what it was. They got a little space in the
It
wrong
looked like a
place.
prospect. Fan Kyoto.
Hey, I also want to send a shout out to Ryan Cleveland. Ryan Cleveland
Interesting.
yesterday became a sponsor on Patreon. One of our favorite folks that's been a supporter for a long time. I think we all feel like Ryan's part of the family, and really excited that he's going to be a sponsor as well. Excited to work with him on whatever we end up promoting for him, but a great guy and a great supporter of the show. And I missed the thing at the top to welcome all of the new members. Michael Smith, Mark Deweys, Eric Cotter upgraded yesterday, Tommy Gwynn, Trost, Troy Taylor, just a ton of new members. You can join as a member with a link in chat, and it's pinned there, and you can also find it in the description of the video. It is a great time to join. It's a really growing family of folks, and I think you will not regret it. I also missed a super chat from one of our most active and supportive folks. Hawks fan Matt Man says, after our first few picks, I feel like whatever else we add is gravy. I wouldn't mind taking a chance on Rattler or Pratt, but with the value left on the board, I'd be okay if we skipped QB. Interesting thing now, guys, is I am more okay with QB now that they have an extra pick.
Do you know who is older, Sam Howell or Spencer Rattler?
Rattler, isn't he?
By 12 days. Yeah.
Wow. So here's something strange. The simulator showed, I mean, not the simulator, the tracker showed that the Cardinals drafted Dorless and go up a bit. The Cardinals are actually drafted Taylor Demerson. They didn't draft Dorless.
Yeah, they took that safety, right?
Yeah. So I think Dorless is still on the board. I think Brian, scroll up a bit. Yeah, Dorless never went. So the thing made a mistake.
Oh.
The Cardinals actually took Taylor Demerson.
Okay.
And then the Chargers just took the Alabama edge. So Dorless is still on the
Dorless
board.
is still out there.
Yeah,
Nathan's just nodding like, yes. Oh,
I wouldn't hate that at all. Who is this guy that the Chargers took?
Chargers?
Yeah.
So there's already been two edges from Alabama that have gone, right? You had Dallas Turner and Braswell.
I'm like scrolling down on the ESPN best available, and
200
he ain't here.
200 on the big board.
Yeah.
Oy.
You know, there's an interesting comment from Daniel Jeremiah today that, and actually, I think it was yesterday. He was like, this draft has about 50 clearly consensus-based guys at the top of the board. And from 50 on, it is flavor, pick your flavor, because there's going to be guys that people pick that other teams have as late day 3 or undrafted players. And I think we're starting to see that. We saw that yesterday with, there are some crazy picks. And I think we're going to see that as well today, where teams just have guys they like. And we're like, okay, works for us.
Yeah. Round 3 felt pretty normal, but there were some big surprises. Like, I know Coleman had a big range. Wallace, I think, had a range. I don't know, like Delmar Glaze was a surprise, right?
Delmar Glaze
was a big surprise. I mean, I like that guy a lot, but I didn't like him that much. Oh, there goes Cedric Gray.
But now in the 4th round, it really feels like literally anyone could get selected at this point.
Yes. We got a super chat from 12th Man North. Thank you. Fellow Canadian for Jeff. Hey, lads. Thank you for all the content this draft season. It's been awesome to see you loop in different sections of Seahawks Twitter for new perspectives and discussion. Go Hawks. Yeah, man, I'm glad. And I'm working to get a draft roundtable together tomorrow. I think Rob's in. Going to see if I can get Griff in Griff is not always the easiest to get responses from. So we'll see if not, but we'll try to do that tomorrow. So yeah, it's been good to get. And look, Nathan and Jeff can attest to this. Oh, there goes Theo Johnson.
That's a good pick.
Yep.
This round is hurt.
Don't hate
Seahawks
it.
got 2 picks coming up right within the 4. Oh, man.
The guards haven't gone yet.
That was the first one. Okay, but there's still a lot of numbers at tight end, so I'm not.
No, there's plenty of tight ends. I mean,
still out there. A lot of tight ends, yeah.
Safeties.
There are a lot of tight ends. Anyway, I was saying Nathan and Jeff can attest to the fact that we actually try our best to not have an echo chamber in this show. Like Nathan and I see things a lot differently a lot of the times. I think, Evan and Dayna actually end up agreeing a lot, even though they think that they don't. So I hope folks feel like they're getting some different perspectives, but we definitely want to bring folks in to keep it from being an echo chamber, because that gets pretty boring when you just think you're the only authority on a topic. So now, with the way things are going, do you guys have any different feelings of what you're hoping you get at 118 as your first pick in the 4th?
I still like the safety spot. But there are way more numbers at safety than guard. So if I had to pick at 1, probably McCormick or Mahogany there. But again,
are there more numbers at safety? I guess there's a few. There are a few.
Vackie, Hampton, but not much. It's pretty thinning out.
I think Hicks and Mustafa are like a totally different tier to me than the rest of these guys.
Well, the good thing is they're picking twice in 4 picks. So, and then again in 10 picks. So,
and IOL, I mean, these two to me, McCormick and Mahogany, are a different level than all the other guys.
This is going to be a tough stretch. We got to get to what, 118?
118.
So there's 10 more picks. Oh boy.
Wait, so they'll have 3 in a row? 118, 120, and 136.
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's another one. Not on our radar.
I'm writing in chat. I should just say this out loud. So there's a question about whether Mina Kimes has been on the show. Mina Kimes has been on the show multiple times. In fact, Mina Kimes was on the show prior to there being a show, prior to there being Real Hawk Talk. I interviewed Mina a bunch of times for season previews. I'd have her and Danny Kelly on. We'd talk about it. And I did a pretty long interview with her after the Frank Clark pick, because Mina had done a lot of investigative journalism around things like domestic violence. And so she and I had a conversation about the implications of John Schneider saying he'd never take someone who put a hands on a woman, and then takes Frank Clark with 2nd round pick. And
doubled down on it immediately. In the press conference.
I mean, Mina is one of the smartest. I think she's one of the smartest, most prepared sports reporters of any sport, of any league, around the world. I have a ton of respect for her. And not only is she good at what she does, but the amount of hate that she puts up with, and just like haters that are like, everything she tweets will have a bunch of people with misogynistic crap in there. And she handles it with such grace. I'm a huge fan of Mina. Wish her nothing but the best. So there goes Dorless to Atlanta. This is okay. I mean, he's a good player. I think he's a good player, a really good pick here. But these are guys that are like, the Seahawks don't need Brandon Dorless. They don't even have a clear spot for Brandon Dorless. So more of those kind of picks, please. So let's look. We got 110. So the Patriots.
So they just took a guard. I doubt they take another one.
That's right.
Jets. Raiders too. Raiders have taken 2 offensive linemen in this draft.
Ravens. Who do we think could snag? Oh, the 2 Jags picks.
Yeah, that's a little.
They
underpicked.
could grab a center for sure, which would be okay.
Yeah, they need a center badly.
We could see the Bengals did not get a tight end, right?
No, I don't believe so. They took the risky receiver.
The Bengals have had a sneaky good draft though.
They're good. They're good at drafting. They just take the top guy on the board every time. It's like they don't have scouts.
They have I think the really high ceiling with 2 of these picks with Mims and Burton, and a really high floor with Jenkins.
The McKinley Jackson pick's a little questionable.
Oh yeah, I forgot they took him. That's just their own bloggers. Like,
I forgot they took him.
They were like, that is an undrafted free agent. That's the first undrafted free agent that's gone on our board. So I respect the Bengals coverage for acknowledging that. All right. That was a big move. I mean, 102 was a really good pick.
Yeah, because that started at 78, that pick.
But none of the guys that I mean, Gray was one. But other than that, none of the guys that I'm sweating here have gotten picked. Like, I do like Dorless a lot, but you're right. There's like fit questions. Theo Johnson I like, but not so much more than the other tight ends available.
Yeah.
So far so good.
And here's the thing, like positionally, if the Seahawks absolutely blow tight end in this draft, they take the worst, biggest bust ever. Who cares? Like, you've got 2 tight ends. You got Tyler Mabry. Like, it's not a big deal if your third tight end is not better than Tyler Mabry. That's not going to. What's that?
I bet we'll find a way to care.
I guess that relative to having, Laken Tomlinson being your only guard option on the left side, much bigger deal, I think. Similarly for me, like if we were to rank all the positions where how big of a deal is it if they don't nail it, I even think getting another receiver is a bigger deal than a third tight end. I think Tyler Lockett's in his last year. I know people like Jake Bobo, but like I think in this draft, the valued receiver not coming out with one of them, I think would be a bigger mistake than not addressing tight end.
The difference there, though, is like you are picking probably the 20th wide receiver. Like, how many of these guys have gone at this point, right?
A lot.
Whereas you're probably picking the 5th or 6th tight end. Like, you can reliably find really good starting tight ends in this range. Gets harder at receiver.
Yeah. Colin Lundstrom, thank you for the super chat. Says, can anyone make a case for a kicker in round 6 now that we don't have a 7th? I'm inclined to pass since we don't save money cutting Jason Myers until 2025. I mean, the case for it is just the content.
Yeah. We want to give Evan a ton of crap about it. So
there goes Javon Baker, a receiver that people have widely varying perspectives on.
Tell you what, if the Patriots take a receiver, I mean, I think you know what to think. Like that, they are the absolute worst team at drafting receivers. And it's been like 20 years now. I know exactly what to think about Javon Baker. He's trash.
Poor Jalen
Well,
Polk.
couldn't it be that now the owner's making these picks? I mean, maybe he's got the magic touch.
Yeah, maybe Robert Kraft really just has a special eye for wide receiver talent.
Jalen Polk went there, 2nd round. They took him pretty high.
Yeah, they did.
David's right. They've basically gone 20 years without developing player. Like, I think Julian Edelman's their only developed receiver in 20 years.
The other white one.
I think he started
Amendola.
a bunch of. I
Amendola
think he was in a
came from the
bunch of other
Rams.
places. Yeah,
That's
he
right.
was
He
with
came
the
from the Rams.
Rams.
No, but
He
they
was
had
from, like, one of
Edelman and they
those-
had Welker.
No, Welker was signing.
Welker came
He
from the
was with,
Jets.
yeah, I think it was Miami.
But it wasn't
Oh, that's
Miami, yeah.
right. He was. That's right.
Did you guys see Bill Belichick telling the Randy Moss trade story?
I did.
No.
What did you think about that, Jeff?
He was on Pat McAfee's broadcast, and that story, like he was basically told them how they basically bullied Al Davis into making the trade with him. And yeah, he was like he saw him at the a draft thing, and he was like they've been trying to talk to him for months. He's like, Alec, what's going on? Like basically bullied him. And then when he called Randy to tell him about the trade, Randy thought it was a prank and hung up on him twice. And he said he didn't. Oh, there's a trade. Okay, but Belichick was interesting. He was on the draft shows, and he's the only draft analyst I've ever seen that was actually trashing some guys. Like he was showing like bad throws Caleb Williams was making, and every draft analyst on here just goes and says how every pick is like the best player they've ever seen. It was kind of funny.
This is going to be an offensive lineman, guys.
Oh no, this is their sweet spot.
This is going to be an interior.
Oh no, they took one in the first round.
Well, they took Jordan Morgan,
he projects as guard, I think,
tackle or guard. I think this is going to be an interior lineman.
They've had a nice draft actually. I didn't love their first round pick, but they got Bullard and Edge Cooper yesterday.
Where did they move up from? Do you know?
Who was on the clock there? The Jets?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, so that's from the Jets. Probably like late 120s almost.
I think the Packers. What's that?
Take Rattler.
Well, we'll see if the Raiders take Rattler. I mean, they've had so many chances, and boy, do they have more of a reason to take a quarterback than the Seahawks do.
So yeah, with the Jets that traded back, but I don't see anything on compensation yet.
They could take safety. Well, they took Javon Bullard. They're not going to take in their safety. I love Javon Bullard, man. He's going to be so good. He's going to be fun to watch.
What could they be trading up like 15 spots for?
They traded with the Patriots, I think, right?
No, the Jets.
The Jets? Oh, right. The Patriots took Javon Baker.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I like Javon Baker. I'm not a hater, but we'll see. I like Malik Washington a little bit better. Yeah, who do you think? I mean, other than the Commanders, who clearly are just absolutely crushing this draft, are there other draft classes that you guys, teams that you've liked what they've done?
Titans are having kind of a cool draft.
They got certainly fatter.
They're big, man.
And they just got Gray.
I really like the Steelers draft. And I don't like saying that, but they got
a really interesting draft.
Yeah, they got, who do they take? They took Fautanu, and they doubled up on the O-line with Zach Frazier.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took two guys with the last name Wilson to plead with Russ. But they got Roman Wilson, who's like kind of the Tyler Lockett guy. They worked so well. And then they took Peyton Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
They took Darnell Washington last year, the same kind of range, the medical red flag. I like what they've done.
Yeah, I think the Steelers are one of the best. I like their strategy, and I like the players they got.
A lot of people have liked the Rams draft.
Well, one sec before we do that, I just want to say on the Titans that you mentioned before, Nathan, the interesting piece there is Cedric Gray is a lot more of an interesting linebacker if he's playing behind T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah,
I think it's a nice little complementary. Yeah. He's not a guy that's going to keep clean on his own. What did Jeff ask that I interrupted him? He left.
I was taking a bite of my food. Would you be worried about having T'Vondre Sweat in Nashville?
I'd be worried about having T'Vondre Sweat anywhere. I mean,
that is a city where he can. Oh, TJ Tampa.
It's a good
pick.
That
makes sense.
It's a good pick. It doesn't bother me for Seahawks, but it's a good pick.
No, that makes sense.
They added Javon Bullard and TJ Tampa. Their draft, after already being one of the best young teams in the league. I don't love Jordan Morgan at the top. Edge Cooper's going to be a fine player, but then you go Bullard. Marshawn Lloyd, some people thought he's the best running back in this draft.
Oh, I forgot they drafted him.
I think Hopper's a real reach.
That was a bad pick.
But then Tampa. So Tampa and Bullard, just the two of them. I like that.
The NFC North has gotten really solid. All four teams look.
Chargers have had a nice draft.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, I forgot about them. Really good draft.
And I like the Chiefs too, actually.
Junior Colson. Although this guy I don't know about, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about him. But the Chiefs have had a nice draft. Got real fast and then got real big. Kingsley and Worthy.
What'd you think of the Rams giving them the future 2 to get Braden Fisk yesterday?
That's insane.
I loved it.
Right?
I loved it.
It was great.
You know what they said? They said, we just lost Aaron Donald. We're going to get someone slower, weaker, smaller, less explosive, with less talent. And we're going to trade up a lot to get him. I know how good an athlete Braden Fisk is, but he's no Aaron Donald. He's no Aaron Donald.
I think I don't get the Corum hate. I like Corum.
What do you like about him, Mr. Running backs don't matter?
I mean, yeah, but like he just, I don't know. The dude just always is ripping off big gains, and he seems hard to tackle, and he seems shifty. Like he seems like he's my quarterback that just wins games, I guess, kind of like running back. But I know there's nothing special about him, but like the dude is just always really effective. I mean, we'll see how much of that is like Michigan, but
I think he's going to be highly dependent on the line in front of him. I don't think he's a guy that's going to get yards other than, the 2 to 3 yard pushing the line pile kind of yards. But generally, I don't think he's sudden enough as an athlete or creative enough as an athlete to, get his own yardage. But if you're creating creases, he will run hard through those and he will maximize the yards you can get. I just find him to be a kind of underwhelming. I think the best running back prospects have something really special in their bag of tricks, and I don't think he has anything that's really special. I think, like you said, I think he's just kind of a collection of good traits. So that's why he's not high on my list.
So listen to this. So Green Bay to go from 126 to 111, all they got was 190. Compare that to what Seattle got.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What was that? Say it again.
From what the Jets, all they asked for from 126 to 111 was 190. That was the only trade part.
What? Are you sure?
That's what Tom Pelissero tweeted.
That cannot be. They got a 6th round pick to move down. 15 that cannot be right. I would love that to be right because that'd be funny. Oh, someone's saying the PFF tracker was wrong. That it was Evan Williams, not TJ Tampa. What is PFF doing? Do they have like some
two now? Yeah,
starving intern working on this? That's
I wonder if the reason it's so fast is they have somebody at the draft who's getting information. They're suddenly getting bad information.
Yeah, I mean it's been way faster than anything else.
Yeah.
Wow. That's 2 in a row. They've gone.
The Colts have had a nice draft.
Oh, okay. There's a pick.
We're getting closer, fellas, and these are names I'm not sad to see going off the list. They did not pick Spencer Rattler again.
That's not a good feature for him.
I feel a little bit like the Malik Willis and the Desmond Ridder. I mean, Seahawks Twitter got so up and excited about these guys, and then they fell and they ended up being pretty poor players. Like, is this Spencer Rattler another one of those?
Yeah, I mean, I never really bought into the Rattler stuff. So I bought way harder into Willis and Ritter than I did to Rattler. But yeah, seems like.
So we're up in 3. So we're up in 6 picks.
I mean, as much as I talked up Mina Kimes, that's probably one of her worst on-air takes that she has to live with.
Yeah.
But I mean, we all are on here all the time. We have a ton of really crappy takes. You can't help. If you're going to actually say anything worth listening to, you're going to say things that are wrong. Like, it's if you say the safe thing, who cares?
I've gone a lot wrong.
Upset about that, not getting that quarterback. That was funny.
Okay, Tez Walker.
That's a good pick. I like what have the Ravens done now? Because I really thought they needed to add. I mean, when Mark Andrews went out last year, they really were limited in weaponry. So they got Nate Wiggins. I like the Rosengarten pick, especially because that snaked the 49ers. I love that.
Did.
I don't like Adisa Isaac.
Yeah, they've kind of had a mad draft.
But Walker's a good pick. I mean, he's an interesting guy. What's his? Yeah, he's like prototypical size receiver.
Somebody asked you yesterday if the NFL got better like in the draft.
Yeah.
I think it did. Like, I think this is a really, really good draft. I wonder if, because we had some more questionable drafts, I feel like, and I wonder if this is some of the COVID year stuff. Like that. I mean, we have like 3 more years of players that are eligible for COVID years and everything.
Okay, there's another one. Javon Foster. Sorry.
Tackle?
Yep. Okay, so that's good. Maybe they don't take a guard here.
It's gonna be a lot. I mean, there's a lot of guys still around. Go on, finish your thought, Nathan.
Sorry, it feels like a big influx of talent, right? Teams getting Terry and Arnold in the end of the first round, and Byron Murphy in the middle, and Jared Verse in the middle, and 5 quarterbacks. And yeah, I don't think Penix and Nix are amazing, but like you still have 5 or 6 quarterbacks.
6 quarterbacks
yeah,
in the top 12.
Yeah. So like it does feel like this is draft is bringing a big influx of talent. I mean, it's a huge league, so I don't know what kind of difference it's going to make, but I think the NFL does get better from this draft just as a whole. Looking through a lot of these teams, like I have varying opinions on how they all did, but like mostly I'm looking through, I'm like, oh, that seems pretty good. Oh, that seems pretty good. Oh, that seems pretty good. Well, that seems really good. And then you have a couple that are like, I don't know what this team is doing. But for the most part, like there's just a lot of good players out there.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Eric All.
Oh, wow. There's the tight end. There's your tight end to Cincy.
Oh.
Sorry, Nathan.
This was an important sequence because the Jags need offensive line. I still think they're going to I wouldn't be surprised if they go center here. And then we got the Colts. The Colts,
they've had a good draft.
Have they taken a safety yet?
No. They took Latu,
Adonai Mitchell, Gonzalez. They've had a good draft, you're right.
Yeah.
They could snake Hicks potentially.
Yeah. That would be annoying.
But this worked out. I think, can't you at this point, regardless, you've got McCormick, you've got Mahogany, Hicks, Mustafa, and the Seahawks pick 2 times in the next set of, like, they're going to get 2 potentially of those guys.
Other than Cedric Gray, I don't think any of the options we talked about at the top of the show have been sniped.
Some of us like
Are they going to put on one of these? Some people are going to be very excited to Spencer Rattler's the pick.
Fair. I don't think I'd like it.
I will not be one of those guys, but it is increasingly likely that happens with them having more picks.
All right, 2
here.
to go.
Yeah.
So Brian, who do you want here?
I mean, same answer. I'd be excited with Hicks or one of the guards. I mean, I love Malik Washington. So the receivers are exciting to me. I don't want Cade Stover. Do not pick Nick Vannett. I don't pick Nick Vannett, please.
We haven't been upset by a Seahawks pick yet, so we're destined. We're kind of
No, don't say that, Jeff. Let that be a 6th round pick or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think there goes Jordan Jefferson. All right.
So we made it through the Jags 2 picks.
I think
All right, one more.
I think we're in good shape, guys.
Is it time to trade down again?
Oh, do not do that. Do not do that, Nathan. Austin Booker, Brennan Jackson, like Austin Booker, I think would be a really good pick here.
That would be
big upside edge player. It's not a need, but it would be a big upside edge player. Could they shock people and take Michael Barrett this high?
Boy, Grip would be over the moon.
Not just him. Greg Cosell, totally unaffiliated, well-known tape analyst for NFL.com, NFL Films. Super high on him. Jalen Ford's another name we've talked about. How about you, Jeff? Who are you hoping they call?
One of the safeties. I like Hicks or Mustafa, but McCormick would be really exciting.
Nathan, any change of heart for you? You after all these players are gone, any clarity?
Mostly the same guys. I mean, Mustafa, the 2 guards, Booker. Yeah.
There was a wealth of options.
They should get 2 of those guys, man. And
this was a good trade.
Of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still feel like they're kind of on the edge of the cliff, but like they knew where it was, it seems like.
They judged it correctly.
Yeah.
By the way, the ESPN picker is like 2 or 3 picks behind.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank goodness, because this moves slow too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We should, after the Colts pick, turn your phones over and turn chat off. Okay, we're gonna watch the pick together on screen. Okay, so after the Colts pick, turn your phone over and go to private chat on StreamYard, so you only are looking at private chat. Thank you for the reminder. Who was that reminded us? I can't remember. Oh, Michael Ryan. Yes, we will do that.
I just hid my phone.
So someone says ESPN's correct, unlike PFF. Fair. I'd rather be fast and wrong and then correct it. Like, this is a window into how I lead my life. I'd rather make 5 decisions with 4 of them wrong and the 5th one right in the same amount of time as someone takes to make 1 decision right. I trust course correcting more than deliberation. So yeah, I'm with PFF. Just put whatever you want in there. Eventually they'll get it right.
What is the pick that's going to make you mad? We talked about Rattler a little bit.
Rattler's the one that's the most like viscerally, like my body's uncomfortable with. If they go quarterback here, I'm going to be a little bit upset.
Tanner Bartolini. Okay.
Sweet.
We didn't like that guy.
All right, guys, go to private chat. Turn your phones over.
I'm going to keep watching the ESPN big board, but I'm not too concerned about getting anything.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as we were watching this together and we get to see this change together, I think there's a lot of good options here for the Seahawks. I think Jeremiah Trotter Jr. would be another name I wouldn't be excited about.
Yeah.
Although I trust Mike McDonald's eval on linebackers. But that's a guy I'm not high on.
Yeah, his dad was so awesome, but he's so small and he's not a physical guy.
If he's gonna be a small linebacker, then I want him to be a great coverage player, and he's not.
Exactly.
And so that's where he lost me.
Yeah, you got to be either a run and hit guy or a coverage guy, and he's neither.
Yeah.
There are some very meh linebackers. Like they had a meeting with Nathaniel Watson, and I did not see it with him.
He's
so there's like definitely
an edge player almost, right?
No. He was. I mean, he's 233, 6'2". I guess he did tie for the conference lead in sacks though last year in the SEC, but I don't know. Muhammad Kamara feels very underwhelming.
Yeah.
So Dorless and Tampa are still there, right?
Oh, is Dort like that? Because that was wrong, right?
Dorless
No,
and
he
Tampa.
did end up going, right?
I don't think so. Well, we gotta wait to
Yeah,
see.
yeah. Falcons got him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was gonna say Dorless is still there. That'd be crazy.
The Falcons have had, if it wasn't for Kirk Cousins, I think they would have had an awesome draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really interesting at the very least. Like they're just like they're kind of taking the Seahawks approach where it's just like, I want everything on the trenches. Give me all the defensive linemen that you have. Plus Michael Penix.
It's true. I'm a Falcons fan now. I might get a Penix jersey. I'm like I'm pilled. So I'm hoping that all works out. I think I also am just kind of obsessed with the Commanders draft. They took so many of the guys that I love. The Sainristil pick is just a great pick.
It was weird they took Johnny Newton when they had Payne and
he's such a different.
I know they got three good defensive tackles now. That seems going to be fun.
He's going to be able to move all along that line, and he is a disruptor. Like he can be a sub package guy for sure. And Dan Quinn's going to figure out.
There we go. An underwhelming linebacker.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Gonna have to trust on this one, guys.
Oh.
Gonna have to trust on this one. Let's first one we got to do the trust fall.
I think Griff was very out on this guy, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna look him up. Tyrese Knight for Dane Brugler was the 14th ranked linebacker. 3-year starter at UTEP. Knight moved inside to Mike linebacker 2023. After 2 years at the JUCO level, he was a tackling machine over 4 seasons, blah, blah, blah. Finished number 1 in FBS in solo tackles and number 4 in total tackles per game his senior year. For a player with average speed, Knight makes a lot of tackles both inside and outside the numbers because of his reaction quickness, closing burst, and motor. Trusting his eyes, he triggers without wasting step and attacks with purpose. 15.5 tackles for loss. I like that. But his lack of functional take-on skills will be tougher to mask versus NFL talent. Overall, Knight has some coverage limitations, but he is a rabid dog against the run with the instincts and play personality that directly led to production. He has rosterable talent at the next level and is looking to become UTEP's first defensive draft pick since 2008.
Love to have rosterable talent.
Rosterable talent. That was Dane Brugler.
That seems like a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, let's look at Lance Zierlein. Oh boy, I have to scroll down a long way. He has him right next to Michael Barrett. He has him rated as an average backup or special teamer. 6'1.5", 233 pounds, 32.5-inch arms.
Yeah, maybe we should give it a minute. Maybe PFF is wrong.
He ran a 4.63 40, 34.5-inch vertical jump, 9.11 broad. Hey, we are learning about our new coach. So let's just let's take a second. Lance Zierlein projected him as a round 6 pick. Durable 3-year starter with loads of tackle production in his resume. Knight plays a floating, freestyling brand of football from the second level. Looking for opportunities to knife in and make plays. While he racks up tackles, he fails to play within the defensive structure full time and will lose run fits and overflow action outside the tackle box. He has average speed and below average man cover talent. His size and production will be looked upon favorably, but he might not play with the instincts needed to handle what he sees from NFL offenses. He's a tackle monster, dives into gaps. I mean, one of the things I'm getting here, jokes aside, is this is a guy that makes plays in the backfield. And one of the things that we've seen so far from Mike McDonald in his types of linebackers he likes, if we're to assume he has anything to do with the linebackers they're adding, Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson, Jerome Baker is a guy that makes tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Like, he is a sacker. He is other things that makes impact plays. We might just be learning that he is looking to build a very strong defensive line that protects his linebackers and then have linebackers that can knife in and do stuff. Tyrese Knight is a 73rd percentile athlete at the linebacker position, ranked 724 out of 2,686 linebackers, according to Kentley Platty on Raz. His speed grades were great. 40-yard dash, 83rd percentile. 10-yard split, 87th percentile. Explosion grades, good. 73rd percentile. Agility grades, just okay. 50th percentile.
I'm watching him now, and I definitely don't agree with the just average speed comments. Like, he has some burst, he has some speed. He's not exactly playing great against FIU in this game that I'm watching, but you can see the athleticism, and you can see where, like, maybe he can be a guy that, like you're saying, McDonald can do the stuff where they, sim the pressures and have him, see if he can knife in from different positions and maybe some simple drops off of that and, coach him up along the way. But, like, he's getting bullied by FIU guards. He's missing tackles in this game. Like, maybe he had a terrible, maybe he had a terrible game against FIU, but, like, it's not impressive stuff.
That is going to be a sequence of picks that we're going to talk about for a while.
Ugh, the Steelers.
Let's hope this is not D. Eskridge and Creed Humphrey.
The Steelers have taken 3 offensive linemen.
Fautano, McCormick, and
Frazier.
Oh, yeah.
That is they got that's Brian's ideal draft.
Yeah, they're doing what I would want the Seahawks to do.
I wonder if they read the board thinking that Pittsburgh might not take an offensive lineman since they've taken 2 already, and they misread the board. Or
they're okay with McCormick or Mahogany.
Yeah. I wonder if they say they've taken 2 linemen. Maybe we got to take the linebacker first.
Yeah.
And they might have blown. Oh, there's a trade.
So, Miami trades up. Who does Miami think they got a snake from the Seahawks? Are they going to take Mahogany because they need interior line?
Or if that was their approach, that they waited on the offensive lineman and didn't take one there because they were worried about those linebackers, that might be a really ugly. It's pretty certain Knight would have been there at the next one. Probably at the 5th round, to be honest.
Yeah, man, this FIU game is, like, sad. Sad.
Mason McCormick would have been such an easy pick.
Yep. I mean, I will say with Mason McCormick, I really am interested in his upside. He's very stiff. Like, he's a great athlete, but I can definitely see him not turning into a quality NFL player. I wanted him because I think he has upside, but Mason McCormick's not like, oh, that's like the best guy. I think Mahogany is a much more projectable NFL guard. I just don't know if he has the same upside as McCormick does.
Now this pick gets nerve-wracking because if they do something weird 2 in a row, it's gonna...
Yeah.
Back to the old John Schneider.
That was the old John Schneider right there. That was 2 rounds too early, it feels like.
Well, now they almost have to go. I mean, if they're going to want to get one of the good guards, they're going to have to go now. Otherwise, I think if they go safety here, I mean, they're going to lose either a safety or a guard because of taking Tyrese Knight.
There's some stuff like that I'm looking at here, and sometimes he does stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, you could build on that, but, like, why do you need to take him in the middle of the 4th? Like,
I mean, if he's their top backer on the board, and I mean, if they see him as someone who really fits what they're trying to do, then you take him. I mean, regardless of whether, like, from we could wait to draft him perspective. Yeah, I don't know.
Far from a guarantee, even on the stuff that's, like, interesting. And it's, I mean,
There's going to be two
It's
things
gotta
now
hurt.
that we're going to look at. Yeah.
It's gonna
Cedric
hurt.
Gray. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I'm going to say
Yeah.
we talked about the McCormick decision, but if Cedric Gray hits, them trading down out of Cedric Gray to take Tyrese Knight, that's going to be a really interesting thing to track.
I wonder. I wonder just how much this is about how often Mike wants to use his linebackers to get after the quarterback. Because I think, moving forward, and especially kind of trying to be like sneaky and slithery off of blitzes, that's where he really will flash. But he's not like particularly good against the run, and he can look really lost if he has to move backwards. Like some of the stuff is just ugly.
So Miami picked Jalen Wright, assuming that's the right pick.
Thank you, Miami. Thank you.
I don't.
Can
you imagine? Let's hope that they snaked him. Like if the Seahawks were like, we were going to take a running back, that would be
Or it
great.
could be worse. They might have to like panic now and take the next running back who's actually a 5th rounder or something, a 6th rounder.
All right, let's turn off our chat again and watch this real time together.
Come on, give us something fun here.
Has the Notre Dame guy gone yet? Audric Estime? Is that how you say his name? I wonder if
he hasn't.
I don't think. The Seahawks pick again at 136. So
Braylon Allen.
Oh, that Tyrese Knight pick makes it challenging. But you know what? I mean, we just don't know. I didn't spend time on him. I love the fact that he had 15.5 tackles for loss and 4.5 sacks. Like
I saw one of the sacks. It wasn't
AJ Warner.
This is very early for him. This is draft strategy wise, I hate it, but pick wise makes a lot of sense.
So this is where you don't know if how much the Sims were right, but projecting the player, it makes a lot of sense. But the Sims had him going in the 6th round.
This draft strategy really bugs me about this though, because yes, they've got another tight end now, but who cares? Like the safety position, they are risking now. The guard position, the interior, like the upside of this pick is not that high. The downside of not picking this is not that low. So the strategy part really bugs me. The player I like.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
I do think that's true of just about like, even if they take, McCormick or whatever instead of Knight, like no guarantee he plays this year, right? I mean, behind Tomlinson, Bradford, Haynes, Olu, if you get excited about Mustafa's the same, right? Can be behind Jenkins and Love. Knight maybe doesn't play above either the guys they signed. So like everyone that they take at this point, it's not like they're really set up to absolutely have an impact, right? All these guys are going to have to earn it at this point.
Yeah, the most positive spin I can put on the Barner pick, other than the fact that I like the player, is he is a blocker. He is a physical player. And so they are setting themselves up. It's not a guard, but having quality blocking tight ends can absolutely help your offensive line. So yeah,
Barner we looked at as the best blocking tight end on day 3 the whole time.
Yes.
And he was someone we thought made sense. We took him a lot in the 5th, 6th round of our mocks. To take him here, unless again the Sims can be off, but I think Pharaoh Brown's is he a 1-year deal or is he a multiple year deal?
I think he's a 1-year deal.
I think he was a 1-year deal. Yeah, all of his cap it came due at once. So they needed a blocking tight end in the building on the rookie contract, and he did make sense. Again, I'm surprised where they valued him. I thought he'd be there top of the 5th, and this is where they go with their board, and I think they passed. But I like to Nathan says right. McCormick is more of a project. He's more of an athlete that you're hoping can develop. Whoa, Hunter! What the hell? They only have 4 picks.
Wow,
he is a good punter, though.
So you
Okay.
take Caleb Williams, and then you take the punter. That's a
Wow.
so I like Barner the player, but they passed. I think both the guys they took probably would have been there the top of 5.
My best guess is that, I mean, this round 4 was crucial to either dramatically raising the ceiling for this draft class or really limiting it. I don't like it. I think that I think they blew it in terms of potential upside here, both positional value and the player. And so
That's true.
I think I would have much rather than taken a run at a safety that they like. And certainly would have much rather than taken a run at a guard or center that they liked, or even a receiver. Because now you got 2 picks left, or you got 3 picks left, 1 in 5th, and then 2 in the 6th.
4 picks left. Oh no, they swapped 7s. So I think
Yeah, they got. Oh, they have 4 picks left.
5,
Okay.
6, 6, 7. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I just I think that those other positions are going to empty out in a way that tight end would not have.
And so what pick do they have in the 5th round? Is that the first pick?
The
fifth
first,
round?
136.
They really got to hit this one because
Are you ready for San Francisco to draft Mahogany or Hicks or one of those guys and watch him?
AJ Barner.
I think you guys are crazy about Hicks, by the way. I think that guy's just not good.
I think the league seems to agree with you.
League's agreeing with you, dude.
I get the position, like, for tight end here. I agree that I think, safety and guard, the way the draft is likely to play out, that makes more sense. I haven't really watched Barner at all until just now. He moves really well. Like, he's not. I don't think he's just a blocker at all.
He's not. In fact, JJ McCarthy, if you take him for his word, he was asked which Michigan player do you think is going to play better in the pros than in college? And of all the players coming out from Michigan, he said Barner. He said people don't realize how good of a receiver he is because we just didn't ask him to do that much, but he's going to do really well.
I have watched him pass up a wide open Barner, like Barner actually doing something nice to get open, and McCarthy's like, no. So
there goes Cade Stover. There goes Nick Vanette.
So Barner, one thing. Okay, keep going.
Oh, I was gonna say the night pick. They just have to be right. If they're right, then it doesn't matter, right? Like, we all thought linebacker there. We were all talking about Cedric Gray. So hopefully Mike knows linebackers.
Yeah. The thing there, like, the hopeful interpretation is Mike McDonald, that is his favorite position. He has really put a lot of study into that position over the years. And so they might just have a better feel for how to use players like this. The less glossy view is that they came into this feeling like that was a big need, and then saw guys go off the board that they liked and that they just picked best available. And it's not necessarily a guy that they even think is a highly probable hit, but they felt like they needed to add a body. And if that's the case, that's the concern. So hopefully it's the former. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board. He didn't get picked. So, like, there were some other named players at linebacker. So there is some reason to believe that this is a guy that they actually like and not just had to pick.
Who's left at tight end?
Wiley.
Pull up the tight end.
Yes.
And I think it's just Wiley now at this point, right? Isn't he kind of the only lot of the names?
Well, Jaheim Bell, they had a visit with McLaughlin. Jack Westover, I expect them to get an undrafted free agent.
If another tight end goes before they pick, I think I can justify that Barner pick a little more.
It is pretty thin.
It's a thin position. They needed a rookie contract in there. Nathan said it perfectly. They have Pharaoh Brown's taking the full $3 million cap hit this year. And Barner's a guy that does have ability to make people miss tackles. They didn't use him a lot. And again, with Michigan, I kind of give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. They have really good insight into Michigan players. So if tight end clears out, I think there's one more tight end that goes. But again, the question will be like Theo Johnson is more of a wide ranging prospect. They passed him by that trade down. So I like Barner. I think at top of the fifth, I would have been able to swallow that a little more.
Well, and you
But
can hear, I mean, a tight end went right 2 picks after. So I think the likelihood that they had some idea. Oh, there goes Mc-
oh no. Oh no. Oh
That is
no.
so typical.
Oh God.
Oh,
He's gonna be good too. Oh man.
he's gonna do well. You put him next to Hufanga.
Just even him on special teams. It's an annoying guy for them to get.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Yep. Yep.
And it looks like Nathan's evaluation of Jaden Hicks continues to look very accurate.
Well, and Spencer Rattler continues to drop for all the people that had him going. I mean, TJ
Yeah, they
Tampa, man.
they must really not have liked Rattler if they're taking AJ Barner over him.
Yeah.
Oh man, if they just took Barner and Mustafa, I would have been very happy with that.
That's as far as I'm concerned, that's the 49ers' first good pick.
Oh, and it just stylistically, it's very good fit.
I like Pooney, but
you're a Pearsall guy too.
I do like Pearsall, but not for them and not in the first. Like,
Man, Renardo Green could be good too.
You think Renardo Green's gonna be good?
Yeah, he might be really good.
I'm not a huge Renardo Green guy, but I think that the 49ers came in, their biggest need by far was a tackle successor for Trent Williams, in my mind. If I'm looking at their roster, and I don't think they have anything. Pooney's not going to be a tackle in the pros. He's an inside guy. So he can play tackle, but he's not going to be a starting quality tackle. So they just didn't do anything that really, I think, worries me that much. Like, they're not that much different of a team than they were before this draft.
I think all of these guys, though, have some achievable upside where they're pretty good. They're pretty scary. Like, if Pearsall is what he's supposed to be, like, that could be a really big weapon for them. Green and Mustafa could be weapons on the defense. Pooney, feels more like just a kind of a swing type or a rotational type. Maybe, we'll see what he turns out to be if they can develop him. But they did some, like, they definitely went a different way, but you can also see, I think, how it could turn out really well for them.
Yeah, I think they're taking like the 2013 Seahawks approach where they don't have a lot of openings on their roster. And they're probably just taking flyers on players that have big upside. And so Seahawks did it with Kristen Michael, but
yeah. I mean, I would say it could also be like the 2019 Seahawks approach where they're just like too clever by half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're Malika Mustafa, Marquise Blair. There's some similarities there.
Bucky Irving, by the way, Nathan, is kind of my Blake Corum. I think Bucky Irving's he's not particularly explosive. Like, he doesn't have the top end talent, but he's rough, and I like him as a running back. I think he and Corum are similar. I just like Irving's style a little bit better. I can admit, though, there's probably not much difference between them athletically.
Corum is short, but he's at least stout. I think isn't oh crap, I'm spacing on the guy's name now. But the
Irving?
Oregon running back, huh?
Irving.
Yeah, Irving, yeah. Okay, he's not. I thought he was.
No, he's built pretty well. But yeah, he's not as wide as Corum.
Yeah.
Okay, the Lions are on the clock. We got 10 picks till the Seahawks pick again at 136. The vibes have not been good.
I liked his partner pick a lot, actually. I had not really watched him at all. I just kind of assumed Michigan blocking tight end. He moves really well for he's as a receiver.
He's been a guy we've picked in a lot of our mock drafts.
I was gonna say if we had to pick one player other than Junior Colson, we've probably picked in every one of our mock drafts. I think it's him, but it was in the 6th round.
Yeah, to give you some idea, 87th percentile athletes. He ranked 157 out of 1,199 tight ends since 1987 in terms of athletic profile. His height at 6'6" is 91st percentile. John loves his tall tight ends. He's good in every way. He's good composite side, explosion, 34.5-inch vertical, which is 80th percentile. His 40-yard dash is not great. It's below 50 percentile, but that's the only thing it's 49th. I mean, it's basically there. And his 10-yard split is 72nd percentile. So he's got good quickness, and his agility is good. He's got an 86 percentile 3-cone, which is, I think, a pretty good thing for a tight end. So, yeah, I like Barner. It's really just and I think, Jeff, you're right. Maybe the draft just didn't fall to them, is a better way to say it. That if they wanted to come out of this draft with a quality tight end, it was either there or never. I just wish the draft hadn't fallen that way.
More importantly, I found a AJ Barner thirst trap for Evan. So
Detroit's pick is in, and it's undefined. It is undefined. All you coders out there,
is this
passing the variable?
Did they pull a Mike Tice? Did the clock run out?
Yeah, maybe they traded up for the pick and then let the clock run out. Do you like this pick for Detroit, undefined? I don't know how I feel about it.
A lot of potential.
His potential is undefined.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah, I'm going to stop hoping for things for 136. I'm just going to sit back and observe because this draft is officially like off the rails for me from what I was hoping would happen in this round. So I don't hate it. I just am not super excited about it.
Man, they took Knight over Booker too. Like, if you're thinking about Knight as primarily as a pass rusher,
I don't think they are. I think they're looking at him as Mike linebacker.
That's scarier. That's a lot. That makes me feel a lot worse about it.
Giovanni Manu is the Lions pick.
Does he have
what in the world? They don't even have him listed here.
Giovanni Manu.
You guys want to know the lowest player on the big board, the consensus big board that has been taken so far?
Is it Giovanni Manu?
Tyrese Knight?
It might be now. I don't even know if he's on this board. I don't know if I see him. He might not even be on the board. Might be him.
Canadian college player.
Oh, that's a bad idea. You should not take any Canadian college players.
What are U Sports?
That's what our football league is called.
Oh, like university sports?
University sports. It is sad. It is a sad level of football. That big guy, Akeem Hicks, came from Canada. He's like the only one.
That's so funny to me.
If you can't get a scholarship in the U.S. to play football, like, my God.
Last player to be selected from the U Sports was David Onyemata.
Yeah,
he was a fourth-round pick.
Yeah, he's had a good career, actually.
Okay. The punter is the lowest graded so far. Giovanni Manu, I don't think, is on the board, so he's probably the lowest.
Wow.
Lowest after that is Jordan Jefferson, who's picked by the Jags, the defensive tackle. Then Evan Williams, the safety, who's picked by the Packers. And then after that, Tyrese Knight. 192 on the consensus big board.
Will Shipley.
Will Shipley is Bucky Brooks' favorite running back in this draft. I think he talked about him like Kevin Falk. I think maybe that. He had a player. It was just like, this is a receiver that if you put, he's a running back that if you use him as a receiver out of the backfield, he can just make a lot of plays for you. So that could be an interesting fit for the Eagles.
So we're up
interesting that the Eagles, who have needed linebacker, pass on legacy Jeremiah Trotter Jr. That doesn't bode well for that young man.
Yeah, they're up. They're up again coming up, but there's
have they taken a linebacker yet?
Don't think so.
No, they have not. They have linebacker needs, so that's pretty damning.
Yeah, Rattler, Trotter, Hicks, these are not good looks for them.
I like their first 2 picks, though.
They gave up both seconds to get DeJean, though.
I don't know.
But they got a third back
for them.
Oh, they got a third back.
Yeah, so they gave up like 53 and 55 to move up 10 spots or 15 spots and get a third. But the Rams did basically the same deal and didn't get that third coming back.
Yeah. Oof. So we're up in what? 3, 6, 9 picks.
Yeah.
They need to change our vibe with this pick.
It's interesting that you get 6 QBs taken in the first 12 picks. Has there been a QB taken since?
No. Bo Nix was the last QB to go.
That's not normal.
No. There's some, yeah.
I mean, especially since Spencer Rattler's on, and this was actually for day 2. He was on the front page here. All these other guys are gone. Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Tyler Nubin. Is that Javon? No, that's Bama. Is that Javon Bullard? No, Bullard's a Georgia guy. Who's that? Maybe Chris Braswell? I don't know. Who's number 1 on Bama?
Yeah, maybe Braswell.
These are the things I'm bored with. Wicked Garden says it's been 116 picks since a QB was drafted. Oh, boy.
So anyone left that would excite you here?
Well, yeah, there's guys left. There's a lot of the same guys left still. Ray Davis. Good.
So this is a running back run here.
Good. Go.
Good thing we got Nathan on for like 4 running backs in a row here.
Mahogany's still out there, right?
Mahogany's still there.
All the centers.
The receivers I like are still there. I mean, really only Mahogany is. I mean, Bo Limmer could be a guy that some people have talked about connected to the Seahawks. TJ Tampa. I mean, if they don't, it's not a clear need, but
you have
Booker's
to wonder
still there. Brandon
Jackson. Maybe they like Dominique Hampton more. I mean, if they took Tyrese Knight, any of the other guys could be on their list. Yeah, I'm a little worried they're going to take Christian Boyd.
We could get a Murphy and Booker, right? Booker's still there.
Yeah, they could. I'd be excited about Booker. I'd be excited about Brennan Jackson. Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that Tyrese Knight pick really has to hit. He's got like a crazy long wingspan. Maybe they think it's like a KJ Wright level player, but
I'm not as down on Knight as on the player from what I've looked at so far. I'm just down on the positions that we had to take in the 4th round.
What would you have done at those spots?
I would have gone guard and I would have gone safety, most likely.
Yeah.
And then I would have
come out with Mustafa and McCormick. No, you couldn't have got both. You could have gotten McCormick.
You could have gotten both.
Mustafa.
Yeah.
That would have been exciting.
But I can get it by. I can understand on the offensive line side that they're just like, yeah, we're going to add more, but we already got one, so we're going to wait until round 7 and take Dylan McMahon or something like that. And
I much prefer what Pittsburgh did.
Yeah, me too.
They took 3 in the first 4 rounds.
It's probably very optimistic and hopeful to think that John was going to go from saying that interior offensive line is overdrafted and overvalued, overpaid, to thinking that he would take 2 interior offensive linemen within a round of each other. I was probably not wise in my brain to let that happen in my head.
You know better than to want things.
Yeah.
Oh, San Francisco just
49ers
traded
up.
Yeah. So where were they supposed to be? 129. So that was supposed to be Baltimore? No, it was supposed
Where
to be
did
the Jets.
Anybody know what the trade was?
They had the last pick of the 4th round, so I'm guessing they just moved up from there.
Are they going to take Brendan Rice?
Who would you be most upset if they took here?
Probably Mahogany.
That would be rough.
Booker. Booker probably didn't.
Booker's a good answer too.
Ooh, Booker would be scary. I don't want him with that D-line coach.
He'd be perfect for them because they don't need him to play this year. They could just develop him, let him gain some weight, come back next year at 260 and be a problem.
You guys should take Rattler, San Francisco. He'd be a good fit for you guys.
Take another kicker.
I still can't believe a punter went in the 4th round to the Caleb Williams team.
That is a wild pick. Darn it. I do like AJ Barner. I'm going to keep reminding myself. He's high on my list.
We had him going in almost every mock draft for months.
And I think being able to get him in the 7th and those are way down like that. I don't think that was realistic. Or at least I think he was going pretty late usually.
I think you're right. Our tight ends were going higher and faster than any of the sims and any of the boards for sure.
Yeah.
And you talk about wanting to get physical and tough and better at the line of scrimmage. He fits 3 of the first 4 picks really fit that.
Yeah.
And I think he was usually going behind guys like Wiley and Bell, right? And I don't think that's right at all, actually.
I would have felt, the funny thing is, I would have felt different about the linebacker pick if it was Michael Barrett. And Michael Barrett was similarly ranked on big boards, like next to each other, essentially. Isaac Guarendo. Interesting. Well, he is one of the best athletes that are in this draft from the combine. He had insane numbers. I got to pull this up. Am I spelling that right?
He ran like a 4.3, right? At like 220 or something like that.
Guerendo. Guerendo. Yeah, so let me get the latest from him. March 2nd. Is that really the latest? March 3rd? March 26th. Okay. He had a 9.97 RAS score. So basically 100th percentile athlete. 6 foot, 221 pounds. So big guy. And he ran a 4.33, 99.6 percentile 40 time. 10-yard split, 90th percentile, agility grades, 87th percentile, vertical jump, 41.5 inches, 99th percentile, broad jump, 10 foot plus, 97th percentile. So they got
their Kristen Michael.
Oh, and there's the pick in. We'll see if this is right. The Ravens get TJ Tampa. I think that's a good pick for the 49ers. You give Kyle Shanahan elite athletes and you give Brock Purdy easy throws, and usually good things come out of that. So I think that's and I haven't always liked they have some decent running back depth. Jordan Mason was pretty decent. Elijah Mitchell has been pretty decent, but Guarendo could also be part of that return game. He's almost like the ideal player for that kick return game.
PFF said that AJ Barner has 36 missed tackles forced since 2021. Only Brock Bowers has more.
Wow. That's
I don't know if
cool.
that's specific to tight end. And I'm guessing he's got to also be one of the players who's played the most from 2021 to this year. But yeah.
Let's see if Seattle adds more inline blocking ability with Barner addition. His 82.2 PFF grade 23-3 make third among all draft eligible tight ends, recording a fantastic 81.4 run blocking grade. So they really focused on the run blocking in this eval. Yeah, they weren't high on the Tyrese Knight. They did give, interestingly, I saw this Giovanni Manu an average grade. They don't have any data on him, but he received a lot of hype in the final weeks leading up to the draft. He ran a 4.96 40-yard dash at 6'7", 352 pounds. What? That is insane. Jeff, you're on mute, by the way. You're having
I think that must make Dan Campbell so happy.
That's wild. 6'7", 352, and he broke 5 flat. That is wild.
They traded a third next year to go up and get him.
Really?
I think so.
The Lions did? Huh.
That is what I'm reading. I don't know if it's true.
Someone's asking if Hicks is still available. He is still available. I just have linebackers showing, but yes. Jaden Hicks is still available. Austin Booker, Malik Washington, Christian Mahogany.
So they did trade a 25 third, but that's all they traded. So they traded a third next year for pick 126.
That's usually how it goes. Is you pick your future picks are worth 1 round less in the current year. So a third next year is worth a fourth this year, and that's how it sounds like it turned out.
There's
Jared Wiley. That's more like you like this guy, right, Nathan?
I did. I kind of struggled to figure out how he wins in the NFL. So he was a guy that I could have definitely talked myself into if the Seahawks had taken him, but I'm sure Andy Reid will find stuff to do with him, but he's definitely not like a, traditional tight end. You're going to have to find some stuff to do with him.
Well, with Travis Kelce nearing the end, 6'7", 260, big dude. He started getting more snaps in the slot. So it broke him out a little bit more. Yeah, interesting guy. I'm always curious what happens with Andy Reid and the people he adds on offense. So we got the Eagles, the Chiefs again, the Jets, the 49ers again, and then the Seahawks. 49ers are going to take Mahogany at what would be worse, though? 49ers taking Mahogany at 135 or the Seahawks taking some crappy player we don't know about at 136?
I think San Francisco. I think if they just got Mustafa, Mahogany, and we had to sit there watching that, I think that would really eat at me.
Yeah, I like what San Francisco's done this round differently than how I feel about the Seahawks so far.
Yeah, with all these tight ends going.
Detroit's on the clock again.
Oh, wow. So they just traded into that round. Whoa.
What are they going? They are another team that could draft an interior offensive lineman. They don't have.
Yeah, or Trotter could fit here.
I mean, Austin Booker would make sense as well. Brennan Jackson would make sense.
So the Seahawks are up after this pick in.
They're at 136. So
5. So they're up in 5 picks. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a huge pick for our vibes. This could really shift.
Folks that are talking about Anthony Brassi in the chat, Anthony Bradford, that Mahogany is just Anthony Bradford 2.0. I actually agree. I think he's a little bit more refined as a player than Anthony Bradford was coming out. But the point is that Anthony Bradford started a number of games for you last year, and the fact that Christian Mahogany may have higher variance, like he may be on the higher side of what Anthony Bradford could be. And Anthony Bradford's an excellent athlete. So as much as I'm not okay with just trusting Anthony Bradford as a starter with no competition, I'm not out on Anthony Bradford developing into a good NFL guard. He's raw. And he's also not particularly good in pass pro. Mahogany's better in pass pro. So I've never been a huge Mahogany guy, but I think Mahogany comes out of the league with more refinement and probably a little bit higher floor than Anthony Bradford. After the Seahawks pick at 136, I'm probably going to take a little break until we get to
we're off the whole 5th round, so I think that would make sense.
Yeah, I'll keep the feed going, but I'll need to take a little break and then come back. So folks, I may jump in every now and again depending on if there's trades or
where do they pick in the 6th round?
Yeah, 6th round should be interesting.
Where are their picks? Can you pull up the 6th round?
Yeah. So
I think just hit 6 at the round there.
Well, I was just gonna collapse all the rest of their picks. So they have 136, and then they have 3 picks in the 6th round, and then no picks.
So they moved up from 7 to 6. Okay.
Right.
So we should be on in the 6th round,
Yeah. But there's a pretty big gap.
40 pick gap. Yeah, that's like 2 hours.
You think it's gonna be 2 hours?
No, this time it's like an hour. What time we started? It's only been an hour and 40 minutes.
There goes Vaki. I wonder how they see him.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick for them.
He also is a guy that I think could end up being a kick returner, special teamer, with the new kick return rules. Makes a lot of sense in that way.
I liked him as a safety, though. Like, I'm guessing they just want to play him there.
He wants to play safety. A lot of evaluators don't like him as safety. PFF in this case. Oh, there goes Jaden Hicks. Fuck. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Darn it. I mean,
I didn't hear anything.
Man, that sucks.
So does that clear out all the safeties? Unless they take Dominic Hampton.
Yeah. I don't love any of these safeties that are left. Hampton's fine. He's like a 6th round guy to me, but 5th round guy. I guess you could take him in the 5th round, but
they're going to take Rattler here, aren't they?
No, I don't think so. I'm prepared to be hurt.
The more I think about it, the Barner thing makes sense. I think I'm more on board with Barner. A bunch of tight ends have gone since that pick. I don't know if he would have been here at the top of 5.
I think you're right. I'm with you on that.
But the combination of the 2 picks at the positions and all the upside they kind of passed there, they better be right about Tyrese Knight. And if he's just, I think we can see what Barner's role is. I think they passed a lot of upside, and that was your knock last year, Brian, with their day 2 and early day 3. They didn't get enough upside. It was a lot of just low ceiling role players.
Braylon Allen
to the Jets. So we're up in 2 picks.
All right. So what are the 49ers going to do here? What have they done so far? I mean, what of their needs? They still have not taken a. Well, they took Hooney, who could be a tackle, but I really don't think is a tackle. Where are? There they are at the top. Wide receiver, corner, guard, safety, halfback. They Could take a center here. They could
Tight
take
end, maybe.
You could take a tight end if they like any of the guys that are left. They could take another receiver. That would be funny.
Center, maybe.
Yeah, center is kind of what I was thinking. They could take Lamea, who's
Van
a
Brandt's
tackle
fallen.
guard mix. Could take Cedric Van Pran, yeah, center, or Hunter or Bo Limmer, any of those guys.
I think Lamea, Wilson, and Booker are the
Booker would make a lot of sense.
really interesting names out there still. Both the Murphys are still out there.
Yeah.
Is this where Seattle could take Brennan Jackson?
It is. I think based on what's going on with edges, I mean, they might be able to wait until the 6th round. There's not been a run on edges. These guys are thought of that well. I mean, Brennan Jackson's strongest characteristic is his run defense as an edge, setting the edge. He's a good pass rusher, but he's not. I don't think his traits translate to being a like top end pass rusher. So I think those kind of guys can last pretty long. It is crazy. The Jets don't have a succession plan at quarterback, right?
No.
And the fact that they're not taking the Michael Pratts or the Spencer Rattlers, like those guys are just way down here.
It's probably because Aaron Rodgers is probably making the picks.
It's not really a joke.
No, I think you're right. It's wild to me, though. There's so many analysts. Forget Jets fans or Jets staff, but there's analysts that will be like, just the Jets don't have a need at quarterback. Your quarterback's 40 years old. Like,
coming off an Achilles.
You have a need. Like, Seahawks fans are like, we got to find a succession plan for Geno, who's like a decade younger practically. Like, and like doesn't have nearly the injury history that Aaron Rodgers does. So I find it odd. It's very much like reputation based and not logic based. Well, PFF's done a better job of not getting the picks wrong for at least a little while.
Yeah.
It's going to show that the Niners draft Caleb Williams.
I guess if you are the Jets, though, like you do just want to maximize whatever time you have with Rodgers.
Sure.
So.
I get that. But yeah.
This pick's taking a weird amount of time.
Maybe somebody's trying to trade into the spot. I mean, 49ers just got a couple picks. Yes, interestingly, we got a comment here that they announced Sione Vake as a running back instead of a safety.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so there's a lot of teams that saw him more as a running back than a safety, but other teams felt differently. So that is how, was it the Lions? Yeah, the Lions saw him. I think he's going to be a kick returner for them as well.
So do you think they see Barner as just the next Disley? You think that's how they see it?
Yeah. I mean, they've run a lot of 3 tight end sets. In a way, it mediates like the Tyler Lockett stuff, because like anytime, if you can have an extra guy out there and you don't have to run 3 receiver sets, then that can help. I think Barner's like a very solid tight end pick. I've like no notes on him as a player as far as negatives. I'm like super supportive of that pick.
All right. Oh my God, this pick's taking forever.
I think the highest upside pick here for the 49ers would be Booker.
Ben Select tweeted out that the Lions trading future picks to grab a safety running back hybrid and a British Columbia offensive tackle is the definition of a GM heat check.
That's good.
Jacob Cowing, a wide receiver from Arizona.
Oh yeah,
I have to
that
admit,
dude is.
do not know him.
He's I don't know how fast he is, but he was their kind of their top weapon, I think, and just a really like shifty, quick, smaller dude. He's pretty interesting. I think he's got a chance to be productive.
All right,
Looking on.
Here we go.
Okay, so let's turn off chat. Turn your phones over. Let's watch this emerge together.
They're not gonna trade down here, are they?
That'd be
I
very
hope
depressing.
I'm guessing Christian Boyd. That's my. I'll put my guess out there. Who do you guys think it's going to be?
Feels like somebody that like they might take somebody they've had a visit with here. Like that we're in that range now, right? Lots who have been visits, haven't they?
And Christian Boyd is a visit.
Yeah.
That's part of why I'm picking him.
Knight was a visit.
Murphy's a visit. By the way, Tyrese Knight was a visit.
I think it was their first visit. Yeah.
They did a visit with Spencer Rattler.
Oh.
In the 5th round, it's not crazy, but if the fact he's still sitting here is pretty.
Of the guys that they visited with, either at the combine or 30 visits. I mean, Jaheim Bell, they had a visit. They didn't take him. Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver. Anthony Gould, the wide receiver, are still available. Spencer Rattler. What's that?
I like Anthony Gould. I mean,
I do too. I do too.
Old too, isn't he?
Anthony Old.
He's not that old.
Yeah, Anthony Old. 23.
Yeah. Is he 23? Other guys, Travis Glover, guard. Michael Jarrell. I think he's from Michigan, right? Guard. They visited with both those guys.
Maybe it's that. Maybe that's the other guard move.
Quantez Stiggers, cornerback.
I could see that here for sure.
Nehemiah Pritchett.
Well,
they did it again.
What the hell?
Oh, is he the dude that's just like crazy fast? Like another one of these, like he's like
23.
Okay.
Pritchett proved quite versatile at Auburn and playing mostly outside corner, but also seeing some snaps in the slot as a punt and kick returner. His first step acceleration and hip fluidity are above average for players' size. His long speed is decent, but when he faces quicker, faster receivers, he gets too grabby. He's more effective in off coverage. Lower weight profile shows up when tackling. He's 184 pounds. He dives at ankles too often, and when he does tackle with sound technique, he lacks the density and strength to truly stop ball carriers. He uses his long arms to force incompletions, but he lacks natural takeaway capabilities. Okay.
He's fast. He ran a 4.36.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's, I think, 87th percentile, 10-yard split. Decent size.
Nehemiah Pritchett. His RAS score 77th percentile. Yeah. 97th percentile 40-yard dash. Agility grades basically 50th percentile or so. Explosion grades 50th percentile, but he's fast.
So where does
his arm length is only 31.6 inches.
Yep.
I think this is John overthinking the kick returner position. He's so excited about this new thing that the kick return is going to be a bigger part of the game. I think this is overthinking it.
Isn't it just straight line speed? Does he have agility?
Doesn't seem that way. He's also light, which doesn't seem to make as much sense for return. I mean, maybe the punt returner. It'd be nice to have a punt returner who has some upside. We haven't had that since Tyler Lockett was a rookie in 2016 or whatever that was. Don't love it. Don't love it.
Like, yeah. Where does he project on the roster? Is he like a Woolen competition? Is he a Trey Brown long term? Is it a special teams pick?
I mean, you got Michael Jackson. I mean, maybe they see him as a safety, like a hybrid safety fit. Maybe he was corner, but maybe they see him as a safety.
I think he's an outside. I'm watching the game versus Bama now. I think he can play outside corner. He looks like a guy that isn't scared to try to come up and make a play in the running game. Although I haven't really actually seen him do that as much as he's kind of tried. He looks pretty. I mean, he looks like he moves well. He doesn't look like stiff or anything like that.
He's a press man corner, so he's definitely an outside corner.
Yeah, I wouldn't think this is a guy that like you're necessarily looking to get him inside or to safety.
Let's see. Dane Brugler says about Nehemiah Pritchett, 4-year starter at Auburn, was a boundary cornerback in his own scheme with some man looks worked in. After putting his name on the map during a pandemic-shortened 2020 season, he had his best coverage season in 2023, allowing just 46.2% completions and 2 completions of more than 15 yards. A rangy athlete, Pritchett has the balanced footwork and stride speed to play man-to-man, although his production suffers once his back is turned to the ball. In off coverage, he gets a tad high in his pedal, but reads routes well, with drive burst to close on the football. Overall, Pritchett needs to improve his tackling and downfield judgment skills, but his length, speed, and football character are traits NFL teams want to bring into the building. He projects as a rotational cornerback for an NFL secondary. He has him ranked above Renardo Green, for what it's worth.
Interesting.
Let's see what Lance Zierlein says about him. Defensive back, cornerback. He has a decent grade on him. Good backup with the potential to be a starter. And he says round 4 was his projection for him. Long, slender, outside corner who might have improved enough in off-man coverage for consideration in most coverage schemes. Pritchett has the length to stall the release and be a route bully underneath. He's fairly comfortable from press and will hug up on double moves and comebacks, using his length to impact throwing windows. He might need safety help over the top, as he can be a little sluggish to flip and sprint deep from his pedal, and his lateral transitions are average, allowing small separation at lateral breakpoints. His size and length will be appealing on day 2 of the draft, but he needs to become a more consistent tackler in run support to find consistent starting reps. Not the worst bit of info on him. All right, guys. Any other thoughts on Mr. Pritchett?
He does have kind of a clunky pedal, which is kind of weird. I mean, maybe you can coach through that, but yeah, I don't know. Feels like a kind of a ball of clay that they can see what they can do with, even the physical talents there.
I wonder if they should have just taken TJ Tampa where they took the linebacker and taken the linebacker here.
Tampa's a pretty different player, right?
Yeah, very different. I really like TJ Tampa, but
yeah, I think
this seems to be like a Pete Carroll kind of pick. Like, this is kind of strange.
Well, maybe we'll find out that it never was a Pete Carroll pick.
Oh God, yeah.
I think the positional value is good. If this guy, if he has a decent chance to develop into an outside corner, if you can get a guy like that in the 5th round, that's a great value. I like the fact that he's improved, and it seems like he's got an elite trait, which is his speed. That's good as well. And the fact that one of his flaws was he might need safety help. Well, the Seahawks are planning to play a lot of split safety looks. So he's going to have safety help. Maybe they see this guy as someone whose weaknesses are going to be masked by the way the Seahawks are planning to play their scheme. And as I said before, leading up to this, I think cornerback is a little bit of a sneaky need for the Seahawks because Trey Brown's in the last year of his deal, Michael Jackson's last year of his deal, and we're not sure who's the other third corner. I think Kobe Bryant is not the guy that is proven yet to be that guy. So I don't think it's crazy for the Seahawks to spend a pick on a corner. Honestly, linebacker, tight end, corner, I don't have a big problem with. I just had favorite players that they didn't call out. That's mostly my reaction.
So Bruce
Yeah.
Feldman just tweeted this. He did what Bruce does is he's not an analyst or a scout. He just talks to a lot of coaches in college in the NFL. And he tweeted out really good value with Pritchett. Here's what an NFL DB coach told him. He has everything you'd want at corner. He's 6 feet, 190 pounds, 4.36 real speed. He's got length. He just had some really, really good press reps. He just really lacks consistency and needs to be coached.
Yeah, I think this could be a good pick. It could be a good pick. And it might be a situation where they see like he was just so much higher on their board than the other guys at other positions. And now we wait. They get 3 picks in the 6th round, including the 3rd pick in the 6th round. So there are a ton of comp picks. So we're at pick what right now? We're at pick 139. Seahawks pick again at 179. So we're 40 picks away. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do this. I'm going to step away. You guys are welcome to stay on if you'd like. Keep chatting. And then I'm going to be back. I don't know. I'll probably be back before the Seahawks. I'll definitely be back before the Seahawks pick. But I'm going to take a little break. Say hi to my fam.
Yeah, I think I got to jump off for a little bit as well.
Yep.
Okay. Folks, we're going to keep the stream going. You are welcome to keep this on. We will let you know when we're back. I'll keep the chat something I keep an eye on. But I'll be gone for a little while. So feel free to hang out, talk to each other, keep each other company. And as soon as I get a little time with the fam, we get closer to the Seahawks pick, I will jump back in. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate the support. Hey, everybody. I'm back. Obviously not ideal for you all sitting here watching nothing happening on the screen, but remarkable in some ways that there are still this many people watching when we're not here and there's no draft updates going on. I don't know what that says about the quality of our content when we're actually here, but anyway, love that you're still around. I hope everyone's doing well. Had a chance to get some lunch, hang with the fam. Good stuff. Watched players go off the board. Let's take a look and recap what's happened since we left. A lot of things happened. So we're getting closer to when the Seahawks are going to pick, but let's rewind just a bit, and I'll not comment on every pick, but Cardinals got another edge. Cam Hart was mocked to the Seahawks quite a bit. They obviously preferred Nehemiah Pritchett, so no notes on that. Cedric Van Pran was a guy that a lot of people liked at center. He goes to the Bills. Definitely a guy that was pretty high on a lot of draft boards, so maybe good value there. Anthony Gould was a bit of a hit. I really like Anthony Gould, and he's going to be catching from Anthony Richardson. So the Anthonys, I think, will have a good time in Indy. Good player, good returner, just a good, solid prospect. He's very small, so those kind of players do tend to go later. So 5th round is a little surprising, but I think he's just a really capable guy. So good pick by the Colts there. Austin Booker lasted a long time. He is a developmental prospect. He only had 500 or so snaps in Kansas last year. And so he's 240 pounds. He's light, but he is a really effective pass rusher. And so I think the Bears got a good one late in this draft that could end up becoming a very effective rotational or maybe even a starting edge player for them. Anytime you can get that in round 5, that's, I think, fantastic value. Tommy Eichenberg, I think, is not a good NFL prospect, so no worries about that. We'll get up to there in a second. Interesting pick. Brennan Jackson, I thought this was an interesting one to the Rams. I think they got 2 of the most physical edge rushers in this draft, and with Jared Verse and Brennan Jackson, both are really good at setting edges. So I think this is a really, really good day 3 pick for the Rams. I like what they've done at edge. I think they're in better shape. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. finally gets picked. This is reminiscent to me of the Steelers last year with Joey Porter Jr. He got passed over initially by Pittsburgh, and then they ended up taking him and following in his father's footsteps. Trotter Jr. got passed over a lot by the Eagles, who needed a linebacker, and they finally pick him in round 5. This is about where I had him as a player. It seemed like the NFL might think more highly of him. There are people that had definitely 3rd round grades on him. I just wasn't that high. I don't think he's a terrible player. I don't love him as a player. Muhammad Kamara, some people liked him at edge. I wasn't as big, but fine. There goes one of the centers, Penn State center to Kansas City. Interesting here, they got Creed Humphrey, so clearly they see him as a backup. Edufanu Lafoscio from Washington. This is a guy that really helped himself at the combine. He goes to the Bills at linebacker. Good athlete and a little bit on the old side, but definitely a good special teams potential player. So good there. Commanders get Dominique Hampton. I think they continue to have a really strong draft. I know that Dominique Hampton was a huge favorite of a lot of folks, especially like Rob Staten. I like Dominique Hampton. I think he would have been a really good pick for the Seahawks. I'm not crushed by this nearly as much as some of the other guys we've seen go their places. And what else? So this is just this is how this draft is. There's guys all over the place. There's some pretty well-known guys still available. Javon Solomon is an interesting pass rusher. This guy's small school, Troy. He's also a small guy, and so, but he's a very effective rusher. So I think he's an interesting project. I want to say he's like 6 feet or something, like 6'2", 6'2", 245. It's pretty small for an edge rusher, but was really productive. And so we'll see what the Bills can do with him. Oladapo, Oregon State safety, who some folks were really high on, and he goes to the Packers. They've done pretty well in the back end. They've gotten Javon Bullard, Oladapo. They got a few players there, and then just recently Bub Means. This is a guy that, again, very wide variation of where people had him. Some people had him in the 3rd round. Other people had him undrafted, free agent. Here we go with the Jets, who just got on the clock via trade, and we are Seahawks are at 179. We're at pick 171, so we've got a few picks to go before we get to the Seahawks, and what will be an active 6th round with 3 picks for the Seahawks. Let's take a look at best available based off of this board. Johnny Wilson's a guy that Nathan talked about, super big receiver. Malik Washington's a guy I've told you I like quite a bit. I don't think it's crazy that Michael Pratt goes to the Seahawks. I could definitely see a 6th round pick going on him. We've talked about Christian Mahogany. If he happens to still be there, I think that would be a very high quality 6th round pick. From there, I like Brendan Rice. I don't hate that. There goes Jordan Travis, another good quarterback. That was a guy I often had mocked to the Seahawks in the 6th round. He goes 1 round earlier. I like Jordan Travis, and I think that's a smart pick by the Jets, finally getting a guy not just relying on a 40-year-old to do their work. Taj Washington's a decent sleeper. Mekhi Wingo also. Leonard Taylor, I'm not a fan of, but he's a huge, like, 5-star recruit who just didn't seem to care. I think this is absolutely Grayson Murphy territory. That was a guy they had on a visit. Jaquan Jackson is a player the Seahawks had on a visit. Jaheim Bell is a player the Seahawks had on a visit. So there's a few of those guys that could come in. Continuing down, looking at some of these other names so this is Grayson Murphy, who they've had on a visit. Did they have Jalen Harrell? Let me double check. I think no, Michael Jarrell. They did not have Jalen Harrell. Michael Barrett's still there. Could be an interesting value pick here late. He's just very undersized. I mean, could scare off some people. Anytime you see Air Force, you got to wonder. John Schneider holds the armed forces in such high regard. I think you never would be shocked. They have not gotten a defensive, like a nose tackle, like a big dude. Gabe Hall could be a name that you hear. Miles Murphy could be a name. Jalen Green is also a really interesting edge player. This was I think the guy I was thinking was a little bit smaller, but he's a pretty effective edge rusher. I want to say, 20% pass rush win rate and a really good, different level of competition, but I think still an interesting player late. Joe Milton. Juwan Briggs is a guy that they brought in. Christian Boyd is a guy that they've had a visit with. So these are guys that could definitely be on the list. Satoa Leomea, tackle that plays guard, certainly could be on the list. Tanner McLaughlin is a more of a move tight end athlete. Certainly could be someone that we hear about. We talked about Nathaniel Watson. Jalen Ford is another guy that could be. Dylan McMahon is an abnormal athlete at the interior line. That's a guy that they could take a flyer on. Devin Leary is a guy that I had no real knowledge of until Bucky Brooks and Daniel Jeremiah were talking about him relative to, was it Spencer Rattler? Yeah, which one they liked better. So who knows? Maybe we'll get a little surprise and Devin Leary will be named. Frank Crum was a guy that Rob Rang mocked to the Seahawks in a late pick. ZTF is another edge guy, could be somewhere on that list. We talk about Jack Westover. I still think he's an undrafted free agent for a lot of reasons, but yeah, there's a lot of names left. There goes Trevor Keegan from Michigan. Drake Nugent, another guy from Michigan. Just looking through all these names. I mean, all the way down the list of who. John Rice Plumlee was a guy that they had on a visit. So that goes all the way to the bottom for the players available. There's a decent number of guys. The Seahawks are going to have it's funny. This is so clearly, is it just, if I say no, is this going to say 25? If basically this is fake code. If I say yes, this will be 75. I'm going to say no. It's going to still be 25%. So basically, if I say no, it just tells me that everyone agrees with me. If I say yes, it tells me everyone agrees with me. That's silly. It would be cool if it actually worked. So yeah, we got 6 or so picks to go until we get to the Seahawks. And there's a chance for the 6th round to be a productive round for the Seahawks. I'm curious to see how that plays out. They could go in any direction. At this point in the draft, folks, when they get to this point in the draft, it is wildly divergent. And they're looking at special teams. Like, can these guys help on special teams? They're looking at tools, just athletes that they think they might be able to do something with. Maybe one of the area scouts pounded the table about some small school guy that they think can be something. So anything is possible when you get to this part of the draft. Let's go over for a second. Tell me in chat, you can guess if you want, or if you know, that's fine too. Who do you think the Seahawks' best 6th round picks have been in the John Schneider era? I'll go farther back than that in a little bit, but let's talk about the 6th round picks in the John Schneider era. And this is I'll give you a second if you have any that jump off the board for you, but I'll give you a few to think about. Starting in 2010. Started off strong in 2010. Their 6th round pick. Anyone guess their 6th round pick in 2010? Played tight end on a Super Bowl team. He went to USC. His name was Anthony McCoy. Yes, Anthony McCoy. So a very usable, semi-valuable tight end too. They came back in 2011. Another very strong pick. Cornerback Byron Maxwell out of Clemson. 2012, they had 2 6th round picks. One was Winston Guy, who was that was a pretty decent 6th round pick. He didn't spend a ton of time on the field for the Seahawks, but he was a special teams guy. He played for Jacksonville for a few years. Jeremy Lane was the other 6th round pick that year, 2012. So each of the first 3 years of John Schneider's tenure, he got starting level players, if you consider a tight end too a starter, in the 6th round. That is not normal. In 2013, he got Spencer Ware, who, while he didn't really turn out for the Seahawks, he played a few years for the Chiefs and was a decent player. Then it started going the other way. 2014, Eric Pinkins, defensive back, didn't work out so well. Garrett Scott had a heart problem, offensive tackle. I don't think he ever even suited up for them. 2015, Christian Sokoli, who everybody loved. He was super sparked up athlete. He was a defensive tackle that they tried to convert to center, and he just never turned into anything. Also in 2015, they drafted Obum Guanchum, defensive end. Never turned into anything. 2016, little Joey Hunt out of TCU. I think that's pretty decent value for a 6th-round pick. 2017, they had 2 picks, Justin Sr. and Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, the safety, I think it was a corner that they tried to turn to a safety or vice versa. Justin Sr. was a tackle, never really turned into anything. 2018, Jacob Martin. Jacob Martin, good player, still in the league, has 18 career sacks. Certainly, pretty effective 6th-round pick, no doubt about that, and was part of the trade for Jadeveon Clowney from the Texans. In fact, he was the player that they insisted it was included. Or was that Dwayne Brown? Colin's saying it was Dwayne Brown. I thought it was part of the Clowney deal. Maybe you're right. I can't remember. And then DeMarcus Christmas in 2019, along with Travis Homer. DeMarcus Christmas never really turned anything as a defensive tackle. Travis Homer has had a decent career, certainly for a 6th-round pick. Good special teams guy. Freddie Swain in 2020. Freddie Swain in 2020 was a 6th-round pick. He is still in the league. He's a body. He's not good. He's not bad. He's not good. I'll stick it at that. 2021, Stone Forsythe. I think they've got decent value out of Stone Forsythe in the 6th round, but he's limited. He's a limited athlete. And so I don't really love those kind of picks, to be honest. In the 6th round, I'd rather you take a swing on a Christian Sokoli and maybe he works out, or a Jamison Kantz, who was a 7th-round pick. Get some kind of athlete and maybe something comes of it, because guys with limited upside, I'm just not that interested in. I think they didn't have a 2022 6th-round pick, but 2023, last year, they got Jarek Reed. I'm high on Jarek Reed. I think Jarek Reed could be a guy for this team. He's coming off an injury. It's a shame, but he's got off to a very strong start, was leading the NFL in special teams tackles before he got hurt. Let's hope he makes a full recovery. But if you look at that, it's not a bad track record. Anthony McCoy, Byron Maxwell, Jeremy Lane, Joey Hunt, Jacob Martin, Jarek Reed, there's some contributing players for the Seahawks, some particularly good. Like Byron Maxwell was a good player. Jeremy Lane was a good player. I think Anthony McCoy is close to what I would call a good player. I mean, Anthony McCoy is almost what I hope AJ Barner becomes. Maybe, obviously I'd like him to do better, but good athlete, good blocker, tough guy, can make a play for you as a receiver as well. That's not a bad comp for AJ Barner, at least a reasonable middle ground expectation. Cowboys select Kalen Carson, the corner. We're getting closer. How you guys feeling out there? Been an interesting draft for sure. I think that reasonably, our expectations for the 6th round should be pretty low. I mean, most likely these guys are not going to be difference makers. But who knows? This is where scouting separates itself. And this is where you can take a draft that looks flagging and turn it into something special. Let's do this. I have another search I want to do real quick. Hall of Fame by draft round. Okay. That's so nice that they have this set up this way. Okay. There have been 4 players in the history of NFL that have been Hall of Fame players that were drafted in the 6th round. They are Jack Christensen in 1951, Ken Riley in 1969, Joe Klecko in 1997, and Terrell Davis in 1995. So not a great track record. In fact, there's been a number of more 7th round picks that have been Hall of Famers than 6th round picks. There have been 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. There have been 10 7th round Hall of Famers versus only 4 in the 6th rounders. I see someone saying that Rob has been getting torched for some of his tweets. Oh, there goes Jalen Ford. That was a guy I was kind of curious about for the Seahawks. He's gone. Okay. What's happening? What torches? What tweets? I'm curious. Catch me up. You know, the fact of the matter is, when you're a guy like Rob and you spend as many hours as he does, nobody spends more time than he does on this stuff. You get invested. You get invested in guys that you think are good fits. He cares about the Seahawks. He wants certain things to happen. And then when they don't, it's frustrating because, you know, if guys that you're not high on get picked to your team, I think it's very natural to have, you know, frustration as a reaction. It would almost be more weird if you weren't frustrated. But I guess I mean, you guys, the reason we do this show is you guys get to see. I can't hide. You get to see my reactions as the picks happen. They're here forever. I don't delete these videos. And as much time as we've spent together over the last month on all these guys and all these positions and strategy and sims and blah, 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 I always enter with some assumption that there's information about these players that I don't have. And despite the fact that a lot of times the picks that I've been upset about that John Schneider has made, I was right to be upset. It turned out that I was right to be upset, or picks that I was excited about turned out to be right, and I was right to be excited about. There are situations where there's plenty of situations where that doesn't happen. So I guess I try to give a little bit more grace to the team if I can. I did not spend any time on Tyrese Knight. They had a visit with him. There's a reason they picked him. Am I going to be excited about Tyrese Knight? No, because I just don't know enough to get excited about Tyrese Knight. Is part of this the way the draft falls? Absolutely. I mean, the AJ Barner pick is a guy I very much wanted, but I wanted him later. And sometimes the draft doesn't fall that way. I wanted Byron Murphy. There were plenty of ways that Byron Murphy could have been picked before the Seahawks had a chance and the draft wouldn't have fallen. So you are not the only team in the draft. There's 31 other teams. And so there's a lot of randomness and unpredictability to how things are going to fall, which positions are going to get run on, how other teams see players, especially as you get to these middle rounds to later rounds. And so, you know, you just kind of have to trust. I have more willingness to be hopeful and trusting with a new entirely new coaching staff, new offensive line coach, new offensive coordinator, new defensive line coach, new defensive coordinator, new assistant coach who's one of the best defensive minds around in Leslie Frazier, and a new head coach who is one of the best defensive minds around. We don't know how much Mike and staff got to have a chance to weigh in on players. We don't know how good they are at picking players. But when 2010 rolled around and the Seahawks did what they did, I mean, I don't think a lot of folks knew for sure how that was going to play out. And it was pretty darn good. And I think we also, in this case, don't know about undrafted free agents. I do think the Seahawks are going to have some advantage in undrafted free agency because of the college connections that they have. I think that the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh will probably also have an advantage, and Jesse Minter, their DC. But I'd expect, if like Jack Westover is the one I keep coming up with, if Ryan Grubb likes him, I think it's very realistic that they'll be able to bring him in. They have a strong relationship. If ZTF is still on the board, like as an undrafted free agent, he's a guy they could potentially bring in. If some of these Michigan guys are available, Michael Barrett somehow doesn't get drafted. So the draft doesn't stop at round 7. The Seahawks have a very good history of undrafted free agents under John Schneider. And so we'll see, on that side, what happens there. That's where they could very well get like the John Rice Plumlee quarterback kind of guys as undrafted free agents. And that feels like a likely way to spend their capital, because I think the Sam Howell deal has looked fantastic, to be totally honest. I think it's a fantastic deal that the Seahawks made. I think Sam Howell is more interesting than almost any of the other quarterbacks drafted after pick 12. In fact, I still like him better than Bo Nix, who was picked 12th and is a year older. So, I think what they did for Sam Howell was very smart, very good. I got no notes on it other than I think it was a good deal. The Seahawks are coming up here in a few picks. They've got 3 picks in the 6th round. The Jets are up right now. Undefined gets picked again. Hopefully they'll fix that in a second. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I am. We got a question here from Colin. Brian, do you think it's to Seattle's advantage that they don't have a 7th and can get to work on UDFA earlier than others? Well, technically they're not supposed to be doing that. You heard actually them joke about this, that they never call before the draft's over. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be kind of working that out. They obviously, we know that they talk to players ahead of time and say, hey, if you don't get picked, we want to talk to you, want to bring you in. I don't know how much of an advantage it is, but the Seahawks have in the past traded back into the 7th round to get somebody. I think they traded back in to get what was the name? The wide receiver from Hawaii. I always forget his name. Frank something? No. Ursua, John Ursua. Thank you. Pre-fight donut. Yeah, John Ursua. I think they traded back into the 7th round to get him. So sometimes they have a guy that they don't want to take a chance on UDFA. I doubt they'll do that this year. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll trade a next year 7 or next year 6 to get back into the 7th this year. But my guess is they'll just go to UDFA and let it roll as it goes. And look at that, Quantez Stiggers. So this was a guy the Seahawks had a visit with. He's off the board. The Seahawks really did just already get a corner, so I don't know that they were going to get another corner, but good on him. And I think that was the last pick of the 5th round, right? Yeah. So now we're in the 6th round. The Seahawks are in the hole, to use a baseball term. They are going to wait for the Vikings and the Steelers, and then the Seahawks will be up. A lot of memorable names: Michael Pratt, Joe Milton on the cornerback side. Plenty of these receivers. All these receivers are interesting. They met with Jaquan Jackson. They met with Malik Washington, didn't they? Or am I making that up? Double checking my list. Maybe they did not meet with Malik Washington. No, they did not. They did meet with Jaquan Jackson, though. They met with Anthony Gould, who's gone. It's possible they could go for a second tight end, although there's Walter Rouse going. Don't know. Don't care. Let's see. Christian Mahogany, obviously there's a number of these. I think they're going to have to go back to these. Like Mahogany, Bo Limmer, Javian Cohen, Dylan McMahon. Any of those names make sense to me as the Seahawks picking one of those guys. Safety-wise, James Williams is a name that would be an interesting, just like maybe they have a plan for him. He's an interesting player. I'm not sure he's the right kind of athlete for what they want to do, but who knows? Mekhi Wingo being available this late is interesting. And we talked about Leonard Taylor, Gabe Hall, Christian Boyd, Juwan Briggs. They met with a lot of these guys. So you have to think one of these picks is probably they met with Jaden Crumedy as well. You'd have to think one of these 6-round picks is going to come out of this defensive interior. I think they'll go for a bigger nose tackle kind of guy. I think it's a good bet that they're going to grab an edge. I think Grayson Murphy or Jalen Harrell, like one of those guys, seems like a likely pick. Michael Barrett could be a guy that they go after. So there's still a lot of guys that make sense for the Seahawks to add. But you know what? They haven't always gone with what makes sense. Tell me in chat, who do you want? And while you're doing that, give the show a like, click subscribe. We are closing in on 10,000 subscribers. We're so close. Help us out. Give us a subscribe. And if you haven't already joined as a YouTube member, please do. Join the family. The link is pinned to the channel, and it's in the description of the video. So what are you waiting for? Join the community, support the show, become a YouTube member. And join as a patron member, patreon.com/hawkblogger. All the Hawk Blogger mornings, everything other than the normal Real Hawk Talk on Wednesday is only available via patreon.com/hawkblogger. You got to be a patron. You get access to the Slack channel where the fun chat that's going on right now that happens throughout the day. They also we got a Mariners channel, so you can talk Mariners or Kraken or whatever other sports you like. Definitely recommend that. And then beyond that, just give the show a like and click subscribe. Absolutely appreciate y'all. Colin is shouting out the Sonics channel. Colin, I created the dang channel for you. I'm not gonna pump up the Sonics channel, man. I'm a Blazers fan, a suffering Blazers fan. So you're not gonna hear me promote the Sonics channel. But yes, there is a Sonics channel. You're welcome to use it. All right. Steelers have drafted pretty much every offensive lineman on earth. So I don't think they're going to take Christian Mahogany, but you know, maybe. I think all the offensive lineman guys should be available. The Seahawks pick at 179. And then, there's another gap to 192. And then they pick again at 207. Yeah. I'm going to be here a while. They're not like bunched up. 179, 192. So this one's an important one. It's funny how many PFF users continually keep wanting teams to draft Christian Mahogany. If the Seahawks eventually do draft him, it's going to be celebrated by many PFF fans. I think that's probably the guy I'd want most. Yeah, I think that's the guy I'd want most. Maybe this could be like the Abe Lucas draft from a couple years ago, where I got so pissed off that the Seahawks drafted Kenneth Walker and Boye Mafe in the second round because I wanted Abe Lucas, and then they drafted Abe Lucas in the third round. So maybe you get Christian Mahogany here, and you got AJ Barner earlier, and Bob's your uncle, like maybe it all works out. Yes, it is probably fake code. I think that's probably right. I mean, I wonder how many people are actually using this draft tracker, knowing that this is a paid feature. There probably aren't a ton of folks even on this thing. Is Bob really your uncle, Jose? That's good to know. Johnny Wilson is interesting. I hear from people. Let's see. James Williams, people like a lot of James Williams. Mahogany or Bo Limmer, center. Mahogany or Milton. Devin Leary, Michael Barrett. Says the pick is in on ESPN. It's funny, every once in a while, these things sync back up again. It would be fun for Brendan Rice to be a Seahawk, just to troll the 49ers and have Jerry Rice have to cheer for them a little bit. I would like that. Seahawks legend Brendan Rice with Seahawks legend Jerry Rice. The pick is actually in. It's Logan Lee, defensive tackle, Iowa. So of the guys the Seahawks have had visits with, a bunch of them are still on the board. Christian Boyd, Jawan Briggs, defensive tackle, Justin Rogers, defensive tackle. I think he's still there. Grayson Murphy, Nathaniel Watson they had a visit with. Travis Glover, and I think Michael Jarrell is still there. Offensive guards. Michael Dowell, safety. I'm not sure if he's still around. Jaden Crumedy we talked about. They had a virtual visit with him. Pick's already in, it says. Okay. What are we going to see here? Who should the Seahawks pick? The Seahawks should pick Cam Little. Vote. Let's see what kind of power I have. Let's see who is coming up. You're going to see it here in a second. It's the Utah tackle/guard Satoa Laumea. This is a decent pick. So obviously, if they like him, they pick him. They like him better than Mahogany. So they went for another interior guy. I think that's good. And I'll read to you a little bit about Mr. Laumea, who I'm probably butchering his name. So let me. Yep, there he is. So let's start with Dane Brugler's read of him. Whoops. Laumea. Boom. Okay. He was the 9th rated guard by Dane Brugler. He had him right behind Mason McCormick, but ahead of Zach Zinter, Delmar Glaze, Layden Robinson, Matt Gonsalves. So a lot of the guys that have already gone, Dane Brugler had Laumea ahead of. Okay. And he had him as a. Well, shoot. Why did I do that? He had him as a 4th round pick. Okay, it's pronounced Sataua Laumea. Sataua Laumea. Say it with me. Sautawa Laumea. All right. He was a 4-star recruit. Interesting. That's a pretty highly recruited guy. 6'4", 320, 10-inch hands, 33-inch arms. A 4-year starter at Utah, Laumea started at right tackle in offense coordinator Andy Ludwig's zone-based run scheme. After he was pressed into action as a redshirt freshman, he rattled off 4 straight seasons of all Pac-12 play, splitting his snaps between right guard and right tackle. With his foot quickness and knockback power, Laumea delivers pop in the run game and controls his man at the point of attack. He has the tools for pass protection, but his inconsistent weight transfer can diminish his reactions versus inside moves and ability to anchor on command. He gave it multiple pressures on all 2023 tapes studied. He gave up multiple pressures on all 2023 tapes that were watched. Overall, Laumea is at his best leveraging gaps in the run game. Although movement pattern flaws as a pass blocker requires NFL coaching before he sees the field at the next level, he has the versatile experience to play tackle in a pinch, but has a guard skill set with down the road starting potential grade 4th round ahead of Zach Zinter.
Who did we take?
Sautawa Laumea.
Wow.
Guard. Yeah. I was just reading about his grades from Dane Brugler, who had him ranked, by the way, Jeff, ahead of Zach Zinter, ahead of Delmar Glaze, ahead of Layden Robinson, ahead of Matt Gonsalves. So he's got him rather high up on his board. I was going to look up here if you're cool. You feel free to share your thoughts. I'm going to look up Brandon Thorne's read.
So do you think it's a coincidence he's being listed as tackle?
Well, on ESPN he was listed as guard. So I think
he's a guard.
He played both. I think he almost certainly is going to be a guard.
Seahawks always do this. They make the more normal picks in like the weirder rounds. That's a good pick. If they took him in the 4th or the 5th, where they took the corner, or even at the top of the 4th, we would have been happy.
That's the thing. That I said that as like this could be the Abe Lucas thing all over again, where I get super angry when they take K9 and Boye Mafe and then took Abe Lucas later because I wanted Abe Lucas earlier. There goes Jaquan Jackson, by the way. Seahawks made a visit with him. He's gone. All right, this is Brandon Thorne's read on Sautawa Laumea. Good mass girth, fluidity, body movements. Let's just scroll down. Okay. Overall.
I need
all right.
to go get my
Laumea. What's that? Okay. He's a 4-year starter inside Utah's shotgun-based run-first, zone-based scheme with 44 consecutive starts split between right tackle and right guard, including 12 starts at right tackle in 2023. Laumea is a thick, stoutly built blocker with good athletic ability and heavy hands. He wins as a zone run blocker with good initial quickness and heavy hands, a lot of heavy hands, to close space on his target before delivering knockback power to create displacement on front side base angle drive blocks and cut off the backside. From there, he has the body control to rework himself and stay attached to secure run lanes, along with the burst to get out on the move and intersect smaller targets. He will get in trouble against slippery, evasive defenders due to his tendency of leaning into contact and a bad habit of overshooting his landmark on the front side, creating easy penetration across his face. In pass protection, Laumea is a fluid, loose mover, which allows him to get to his spots under control. His stiff, jarring punch and stout anchor help him win most on jump sets against power moves. He struggles to consistently vary and time his strikes, leading with two-hand hands. Don't know what that means. Or being late with his outside hand, leaving him susceptible to quick, clean losses across his face or against the cross-chop technique. This was pronounced inside at guard at the Senior Bowl. Overall, he is a thick, stoutly built blocker with twitch, fluid movements, and heavy hands who often plays with an over-aggressive, frenetic style that leads to clean, glaring losses across his face. Laumea offers core starting guard traits to work with, but after 44 collegiate starts and the same struggles to connect to target consistently showing up in the Senior Bowl, he appears to have some ingrained bad habits. That should land him as a depth spot starter who can stick in a lineup if the coach can cue and instill more tact and patience in his game. He has him as the 18th ranked interior offensive lineman. And pro comparison is Tyler Steen. He thinks he's a 4th round. He had a 4th round grade on him. That was Brandon Thorne, who I think is one of the better offensive line evaluators. Jeff, one of the things that stands out to me here is he's a Pac-12 guy. Who's the offensive line coach for the Seahawks?
Scott Huff.
Ryan Grubb, Scott Huff. They're going to know this guy. They played him for 4 years, or they played him for 2 years, I guess. Scott Huff for longer. If they think that there's something that they can work with in there, and they like it better than what they would have seen from Mahogany or these other guys, I got no problems with that.
No, Mahogany's still on the board. Is pretty telling about how the league views him. We had some questions about him for sure.
He was never my favorite guy.
No, he was kind of like a big hulking guy that doesn't move very well, kind of limited. I think the NFL sees him same way. Oh no, there's your boy. Oh no. Miami too.
He's a good player, man.
I get too excited by these picks. I kept cutting Nathan off before. I felt bad.
Yeah, he's gonna score some points for them. He's a good player.
But anyway, Laumea's a guy in the 4th round. Like Nathan mentioned him earlier on the show. Like that's a guy we should be looking at in the 4th round. Mahogany is. There's always these guys in the draft that just keep falling, and every like PFF fan wants their players to pick them. There's a reason they fall, and the fact that Mahogany, who he looked as like a 3rd, 4th fringe guy on like the simulators, either something didn't test well or he didn't interview well, but physically I had a lot of questions about him. Laumea was a lot more of like an under the radar prospect that I'd liked, and I know some of the guys I talked to on the side were really, really high on him as like a flyer in this part of the draft, 5th round, 6th round. And some people think like he could be competing to start within a year. There are people who really like this guy, and the connections in the Pac-12 is a good point. This is where Seattle really could stand out. They should have unique insight into some of these players. And that's why the AJ Barner thing, I was able to wrap my head around that one a little more. But if the Scott Huff is kind of banging the table for this guy, I'm all in.
Yeah, and I mean, what have I been knocking the Seahawks on today? What have I been knocking them for today? It's been strategy and sequence of when they picked, more than the players themselves. And I love the strategy here. If you have 3 picks in the 6th round and you have to choose between all the positions to prioritize, they prioritized interior offensive line. And like everyone knows Malik Washington's one of my favorite players in this draft. I didn't blink an eye when he got picked by the Dolphins because the Seahawks had their choice to make and they made it. And I think they prioritized the right part of the roster. And by everywhere sees this guy as an earlier round value. I mean, I just looked at Lance Zierlein, 4th round, Dane Brugler, 4th round, Brandon Thorne, 4th round. I think we could probably keep going. So if you're telling me we're adding a starting potential guard, developmental guy in the 6th round, I take that over most other options here. So I'm a big fan. I think this is a good pick.
I think that's their best pick today.
I do like the AJ Barner pick a lot. I just don't like where it happened.
This is what I mean.
Like value pick. You're getting.
Yes,
that.
I think Barner to me was like the most obvious team. Like I can't remember who said it, but losing Will Dissly. This is kind of a better prospect than Will Dissly and very natural replacement. I think he's I think what Will did before he got injured the first couple of weeks was really interesting. They needed some more interesting bodies at guard. Anthony Bradford just had too clear of a path. And funny enough, when we took Bradford last year, we were really excited about his athletic profile. And then on the field, it didn't really show up. He was physical and he was big, but he was almost too big. He was sloppy. And they needed more bodies there. I did not like the idea of them handing him a starting job. And all of a sudden, the numbers at guard look a lot better. Laken Tomlinson's a clear stopgap if these guys aren't ready. But I'm totally good with that pick.
Johnny Wilson goes to the Eagles. Big dude. 6'7", maybe a tight end, maybe receiver. Interesting. I'm gonna kind of drop the screen on and off so that I think we can just see each other a little bit better. Yeah, I agree, man. I think I didn't necessarily. You talked about doubling up on interior line a lot in our mocks, right? And they did it. They didn't do it necessarily in the order or the players that we talked about as much, but they did it. And I'm happy they did, man. I'm happy they did. Hopefully now, maybe worst case scenario, Christian Haynes isn't quite as good as you thought, and maybe Laumea becomes a guy that jumps up and is of interest. Maybe now Christian Haynes actually ends up being your starting center. Maybe he is your best. We haven't talked about that, but I think Christian Haynes has things that Olu Oluwatimi does not have at center. He is super strong, and that's one thing Olu does not have, or at least did not have last year, was strength. And if you could have Christian Haynes at center, and then you've got Laumea developing at guard, and you've got Bradford potentially developing at guard, in the best possible case scenario, Jeff, you could have Charles Cross, Anthony Bradford, Christian Haynes, Laumea, Abe Lucas, like a young offensive line developing together underneath Scott Huff. Like, that'd be cool. That'd be
Brock
cool.
Ewer just called it his favorite pick of the day. He said he did a lot of his games and he was really excited about it. So
That's
I didn't love Brock's opinion of Byron Murphy, but I didn't necessarily agree with that. But I'm okay with this one. I think this was a guy that I think we would have been very happy if they took him in round 4.
Yeah. I'll keep people updated. Jace McClellan, the running back out of Alabama, was picked by the Falcons. And then Casey Washington, a wide receiver out of Illinois, went to the Falcons as well. They had back-to-back picks, apparently. Mm-hmm. On the clock right now is the Texans. The Texans now have back-to-back picks. How often does that happen where two teams have back-to-back picks?
Wow, yeah. Seahawks
do not come up to 192, but we will put it back on the screen when that happens. Where's the next place you want to go, Jeff?
They haven't touched safety at all yet, but I don't know if there's a name left.
Yeah, James Williams, did he get picked? I thought he got picked, but maybe not. He's more of a linebacker in some case. Yeah, he's still there. Yeah, I don't know if there's a safety worth picking.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one. All of our edge guys. ZTF is still there.
Yep.
Michael Barrett's still there.
Yep.
Every safety name I had is off the board.
I mean, Jaheim Bell's still there, who they had a visit with.
Yeah.
I mean, they could double dip at tight end.
What about Christian Boyd?
There's a decent amount of receivers, yeah. Taj Washington, Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice would be an interesting pick. Mostly for spite.
I could see them picking a quarterback. I mean, Michael Pratt's still there. Joe Milton's still there. Devin Leary is still there.
Leonard Taylor is. I guess our read on him was right.
Isn't that fun? I mean, when you're born with that kind of God-given talent and you just kind of piss it away, don't take it seriously, If that guy just had a different, like literally all he needed in his life was a different attitude, and he'd be making millions in the last few days. Now he's maybe falling out of the draft, which is crazy. Someone's going to take him. He's too good of an athlete at an important spot to not have someone take a chance on him. Jamal Hill, the linebacker out of Oregon, just went to the Texans in the first of their 2 back-to-back picks. Oh, wait a second. I missed something. Something was off. So wait. Jace McClellan, the running back, went to the Falcons. Then Casey Washington went to the Falcons. And then Jamal Hill went to the Texans. Did the Lions trade?
They must have made a trade. Yeah, the Lions traded into the Texans spot.
Okay. Yeah. So the Lions are on the clock now. Seahawks pick at 192. So we've got 3 more picks, including the one right now, until the Seahawks pick.
Mm-hmm.
We will get that for you briefly.
I think it was smart of the Seahawks to get out of the 7th round and get into this round, because we're already looking at a thin talent pool.
That's true. That's a good point. It's a good point. Just looking at different. I mean, a lot of people just like Laumea's physical run blocking, and that is something that's been the case with both the guards that they've gone after in this draft, both interior offensive linemen. It would be nice. It would be nice if the Seahawks could start being the more physical line, for sure. And that has not been the case for a long time. And I like Michael Bumpus a lot, but he had a tweet. He was like, I like Christian Haynes. I think he can be Damian Lewis. And I'm like, that is not a compliment, man.
I saw that. If you're
that is not a compliment. I want better than Damian Lewis. And if you're going to be his level, if you're going to be a Damian Lewis level player, be more physical. Like, be a guy that maybe he has other things he doesn't do well, but he is going to punish you when you play. Like DJ Fluker.
Yeah.
Like, Fluker was flawed, but there was times he'd walk Aaron Donald back.
Those were fun games.
Right? Lions traded up. They obviously wanted somebody. Who do they want? Make the pick already, guys. Pick is in. Pick is in.
Anyone come to mind here for you? Like the edges we haven't touched. ZTF still there.
I think if I could choose, I mean, Michael Barrett would be a guy I'd probably be most optimistic about what he could turn into as a 6th-round pick.
Yeah. Jalen Harrell's still here. The Murphys.
Yeah.
I could see them taking Christian Boyd.
They could go edges. I mean, I think Grayson Murphy seems like a logical guy for them to get since they've been linked to him. I still think Christian Boyd or one of the inside defensive tackles feels like the most likely. It's getting thin though, dude. It's getting thin.
I know. There's like the receivers, there's not many. I know Rob had talked about Ryan Flournoy. And
there goes Mekhi Wingo. I wonder if they're trying to snipe the Seahawks there. I mean,
yeah. They must have just had him in a draftable They probably had him.
They
made a lot of moves up.
Yeah, Wingo doesn't make sense for the Seahawks anyway. He's more of a 3-tech kind of smaller dude.
I wouldn't have cared for that pick.
So the Eagles are on the clock, and then the Cardinals, and then the Seahawks.
Ugh, the TV's showing George Kittle's beard.
Oh, yeah. He is hard to look at.
Gross. He's so gross looking.
I couldn't believe there were still thousands of people watching our stream, even though we weren't here and there was no scrolling going on with the the draft list. So I don't know, Jeff, if that means that we basically offer no value, that people will they'll just sit here and watch nothing. There's this one streamer, I can't remember but his whole stream is him like a video game getting played and he's sleeping. And it just keeps going over and over again. And he has like millions of people that watch him pretend to sleep while the video game just plays itself.
People are into some fucking weird stuff.
Yeah.
So now that you've had like an hour or two to think about it, like where are you on the earlier picks? Anything changed for you, or are you still in the same spot?
I'm not excited.
Yeah,
I'm not excited. I'm in my logical brain. I'm not in my emotional brain.
I agree.
The only emotional pick for me this whole time has been the Byron Murphy pick. Even the Christian Haynes pick, I think it's a good pick. I got no problems with it. Position, timing, all that. Wasn't one of the guys I loved the most. So I just don't have that connection. But I'm gonna have to withhold judgment, until we see these guys on the field and see what Mike Macdonald's gonna do with some of them.
Yeah, for right now, the thing that I was gonna come on the show today and talk about how important day 3 was. Like, I obviously think they nailed day 1. I liked Haynes a lot of that value, but I don't know if he has the ceiling. But it's good to get steady guards. This team needs a steady guard. But what makes a draft really good when you have this few draft capital is you need one of these guys to really hit in this day 3. You can't have a bunch of depth players. That's fine. That's ultimately the goal. But what made the Rams so good last year is they hit 2 guys out of the park on day 3, Kobe Turner and Puka. And right now, the linebacker obviously has not done very well with a lot of people who study film. They really need to make a correct evaluation. It's like the same spot they got KJ Wright, but I don't know if I see it. He looks like a project, and I think that'd be asking a lot. And then
sorry, go on, Jeff.
Then you look at Barner. He's slots into Will Dissly's role. Obviously, like the best case would be if he like turned into George Kittle, but like, I don't see that. I see Barner's. I don't know what Barner's ceiling is, but might be like a souped up Will Dissly. And then you look at the cornerback is just like a pure project who has some skills, but I think it would ask a lot for him to become like a. So unless Lamea just becomes like a dominant guard, I'm sort of with you. I don't see a lot of potential for that pick to hit. And really, it's the thing that could keep this team from really having a good chance.
Who are the blue chip ceiling guys here that they've picked
on the Seahawks?
Yeah, for this draft class.
Byron Murphy, that's it.
I think so too. That's where I've got this pit in my stomach. Is this feels like another Schneider draft where too many guys down the middle that have high floors and not high enough ceilings.
Yeah, it seemed like the 4th round and the 5th round was dedicated to like long-term roster building rather than just drafting the best possible players. And Bob Condotta put in a tweet where they're looking at some of the RFA tenders and how they hit some of those spots, and now they can decrease them. They have some leverage there. I worry they overvalued some of those positions. And like when they came in at 102, there was a lot of interesting names that we really liked. And so who knows? Puka went in this range last year, so who knows? But I'm totally with you on that. They haven't drafted poorly, but I think this seems to be a hole in their drafting strategy. And like what San Francisco did in round 4, I thought was really, really smart.
So Dylan McMahon was the pick for the Eagles. Super athletic North Carolina State center. Interesting guy with Kelsey retiring. I see this comment from 12 Man North. It says, you don't get blue chip ceiling guys in the 5th round. If people knew they had blue chip ceilings, they would draft them. I actually strongly disagree with that. Richard Sherman, blue chip. Cam Chancellor, blue chip. Byron Maxwell was not quite a blue chip, but was a near Pro Bowl guy in the 6th round. There's been a lot of guys that you can get in those rounds, but what is the common denominator for a lot of them is they have something that has a high ceiling trait. Cam Chancellor was an absolute elite athlete. He just didn't. It wasn't clear what position he could play, and you had to have a scheme. I'm going to share this tab instead because this is faster right now. Okay, PFF just kind of caught up, but Tajon Palmer is the pick out of UAB for the Cardinals. So what I look for is get someone with an elite trait. Like Dylan McMahon, to me, that the Eagles just picked, is a good example of that. He may never turn into anything. His floor is bust, like nothing. But his ceiling could be an all-pro center because there's not many centers that have his athletic profile. That's exactly the kind of player I want to see on day 3. And Puka Nacua, blue chip last year, 5th round. Kobe Turner, I don't know if he's a blue chip, but he's certainly a red chip. Like there is value to be had. And if you want to look at the best drafts that actually change a team's future, they're almost always not defined by the 1st and 2nd round. They're defined by the 4th through 7th round where you hit on someone that no one else knew to take. And that's why you make the money as a front office to be able to pick it out. So I'm going to switch back here to, we got ESPN. The pick is in. I'll zoom in a little bit for folks.
Yeah. I think
DJ James, another cornerback.
DJ James, really?
DJ James is the pick.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Sorry, I'll switch back to here. DJ James is the pick, a cornerback.
So that's got to be a special teams pick. Or maybe safety conversion.
He's 23. He's a little older. 6'1", 164. Jeez Louise, that is a skinny dude. Competitive cornerback, has experience in man and zone as well as in press and off coverages. So on smaller side in weight and length. Shows up at the catch point and when taking on blocks. Smaller size, though, he possesses well above average quickness and acceleration. He has fluid hips to mirror and match off the line and press. Although he is quick, his long speed is average at best, which might hold him back from being a starter at the next level. Competitiveness and mentality you want from a cornerback he lacks. His lack of top speed and strength likely limit him to a rotational or spot starter role. Interesting, they're adding all these DBs, man.
Yeah, DJ James was 113 on the consensus board for Arif.
Really?
Yeah, 113. Arif tweeted out a 10 minutes ago. The top players on the consensus board were Mahogany at 93, Brendan Rice at 106, Gabriel Murphy at 111, DJ James at 113.
Interesting. Should we learn about him from somebody else as well?
Yeah, maybe a Dane Brugler.
Okay. I happened to click on Zerline first, so let's see what he has here. DJ James, he has DJ James. He has him rated above Max Melton, above Mike Sainristil, above TJ Tampa, above Andrew Phillips. Guys, all these guys were drafted above Kamari Lassiter. He has him rated above Nehemiah Pritchett, who the Seahawks already picked.
No way.
So let's hear about a little bit more about DJ James. He has him as a 6.3 grade, which is eventually will be a plus starter. That's a very high grade.
Based on Twitter, people love this pick.
4.42 40. Round 3 projection. This is Lance Zerline. A thin frame combined with questionable long sleeve could push James inside where his pattern matching and short area athleticism should work to his advantage. James plays with excellent body control and disciplined footwork and is rarely out of position in coverage. He's instinctive with short area twitch, but has generated a little less ball production than expected for his traits. Both zone and man coverage comes naturally, but bigger bodies can give him trouble. Below average run support will be targeted by play callers, so that could come into consideration for some teams. James has the athleticism and coverage skills to become a starting nickel within a couple of years. That's pretty positive. Let's see what Brugler says about him. DJ James.
So this is Lance Zierlein's take. If you like speed and athleticism and plays on the football, you should like DJ James, who just went to Seattle. No idea how he lasts this long. It must be all based on his lack of size.
Yeah, Zierlein likes him. He is the 12th rated cornerback by Brugler. And Brugler has him above guys like... He has him above Nehemiah Pritchett. He has him above Renardo Green. He has him above Cam Hart. He has him above Quantez Stiggers, who went. But he's a 12th rated cornerback on his board. He has, and his grade for him is a 3rd round grade. So that's a couple guys that have him up high. Basically has him right after Max Melton. And he says, a 3-year starter at Auburn, James was the field cornerback. After 2 seasons at Oregon, he returned to his home state and led the Tigers in passes defended each of the last 2 seasons, although he was on the wrong end of the final play versus Alabama. Ooh.
Oh, no.
That was a rough one. Okay, I don't like that. A quick reaction athlete, James has the twitchy feet and competitive demeanor to stay connected to the hips of receivers. Though he doesn't lack confidence, his marginal play strength and uneven results as a run defender will follow him to the pro game. Overall, James won't be a fit for every scheme because of his undersized build, but his quick feet will help him maintain phase and coverage. If he can handle big slots and improve his consistency as a tackler, he will compete for a starting nickel role in the NFL.
Their 6th round is a lot more normal than their 4th round. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but what do you make of all these DBs? I mean, he's clearly the best guy on their board. So they probably are just like, we have to take him. There goes Joe Milton to the Patriots.
Oh, wow. And there's Tanner McLaughlin.
Tanner McLaughlin goes to the Bengals. Did they take any other tight ends?
They did. They took one. They took Eric Hall. I guess it makes sense to hedge that pick.
Well, at least the picks are coming a little faster. The Seahawks come up again at 207.
So let's go through the corner room right now. It's Witherspoon, obviously, Woolen, Trey Brown. And then there's still Mike Jackson, who's on RFA tender. And beyond that, am I missing? I guess Artie Burns.
They signed Artie Burns.
He's probably not going to make the team at this point.
Yeah, you'd think so. Let me pull up the roster. I want to look at this. I mean, maybe they'll look at Michael Jackson at safety. I still think that's a possibility. And he could be more interesting at safety than a lot of he could be more interesting at safety than Jaden Hicks, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
I really like Michael Jackson as a player. Trey Brown, who I think is a starter. Reek Woolen, Nehemiah Pritchett, Lance Boykin, Artie Burns, Jonathan Sutherland, who's a safety. They got him as a corner, but he's a safety. So it's really it's Witherspoon. You'd expect the starters to be Woolen, Witherspoon, and Brown. Kobe Bryant is more of a safety now.
Yeah.
But he can play nickel. So you've got a lot of... You've also got Ty Okada, who was a safety for them. Jarek Reed, who when he comes back can be a safety. Like, they've got a lot of safety depth. So maybe this is part of the thing now, is they feel like they're going to sort out safety with some of the guys they've already got. They have so much depth in that corner room.
Yeah, it's not like they can use it for a trade in the draft. they can't do that right now. So
did Jackson sign his tender?
I don't know. This could be ominous for him. But again, we're talking about a 4th and a 6th round pick, a 5th and a 6th round pick. So I don't know if that pushes him off the roster.
I just wonder. I mean, I think that would be a mistake, to be honest. I think Mike Jackson, to me, fits the mold of the tough attitude, hard hitting, run supporting, decent in coverage kind of guy. So I don't know that it makes sense to jettison Jackson, but I don't know who else they're like. Someone's going to get pushed off this roster. They're not going to be able to carry all these guys.
No, it's Artie Burns now. It's bad news for him.
Sure seems that way.
Yeah, it's not a good thing for him. He had a very adding 2 bodies there in the first 6 picks. That's tough. Kobe Bryant's probably more of a safety than a corner at this point. It's crazy how fast that draft pick has kind of fallen off, where he looked in the first year with all those forced fumbles. Like, and they took him over a bunch of, like, they took him over Sam Howell. But yeah, I'm guessing James was just so high on their board, 113 on the consensus board, that there was probably a big gap. But do both corners make the team this year? I don't know.
I mean, Mike Jackson, you save $3 million on the cap if you cut him with no dead money. I just think that would be a real loss.
You're playing with fire there.
John Radigan's the other guy we talked about yesterday, $3 million cap savings, no dead money hit if you cut him. I think now they probably can do that now that they got Tyrese Knight.
Yeah, and if you draft Barrett with your other 6th round pick.
Yeah.
But is this it? That's their last. They have one more pick in the draft?
They have one more pick, man. One more pick. I don't know who else. I mean, Darrell Taylor, they haven't really drafted anyone to push him off the roster.
No.
He would have been $3 million with only $20,000 dead cap. So that would have been, you know, like $9 million, which is about what they need to create those 3 players. I don't know.
Yeah, and they haven't touched receiver yet. They haven't touched running back yet. They're gonna have. I doubt they find an edge in UDFA that pushes Taylor off the roster.
Rams pick is in. We got to go all the way to 207, right? Yeah, 207.
They didn't touch quarterback again.
Not yet.
They got one pick left.
I'll take a little bit of a victory lap on Michael Pratt. I mean, he seemed like a backup at best to me. Certainly seems the NFL sees that same thing. I mean, Michael Barrett, if they can get him in as a UDFA, I think that would be a really cool one. I still wonder about Christian Boyd with this last pick. Like one of the defensive tackles. Grayson Murphy, the edge.
So do you think this makes Trey Brown less likely to re-sign? Or are they just hedged for that?
It sure seems like it would be less likely.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a whole season to play, and we'll see how it all plays out. I've told you from the beginning that I have questions about Tariq Woolen's fit with Mike McDonald's style of defense. And so my only issue, Brendan Rice has not been picked as far as I know. I saw someone ask that.
He has not. Zion Logue just went, though.
Yeah, Brendan Rice is still there.
Man, Christian Mahogany.
I know. I didn't think he would go undrafted. There must be like a medical thing with him.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes sense. I thought it would make some sense for them to consider trading Woolen in this draft for a 2nd round pick. I don't think it makes sense to trade him now.
No, what are you going to get?
Yeah. So I think you're going to play this year with him, and then maybe he becomes a trade chip next year.
It's a prove it year for him. It's a big prove it year for him. He really stepped back, and his tackling was atrocious last year.
Yeah. Yep.
So again, John Schneider probably not drafting a quarterback. Patrick McMorris.
These guys got to be so happy when they get drafted by Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, fun locker room, coach, and I think there's no income tax.
No state tax.
Yep. No state tax in Florida, and sunshine and fast lifestyle. It's also part of why I think they have a hard time ever being great down there. It's got to be hard to get NFL players or any pro athlete to really grind and take it seriously when you've got so much you can get outside the game.
Oh man, people love playing there for that reason.
Yeah. One thing I noticed, Jeff. Oh my God, I'm stiff, dude. I'm so old. I've been sitting in this chair too long the last few days. It seems to be a consistent thread through all these picks is attitude.
Yeah.
You read even the descriptions and the scouting reports of almost all these guys: competitive, aggressive. I think that is, I mean, that's what jumped out to me about Javon Bullard. Like, I just like, oh, this guy is someone you'd love to watch. Oh, there goes Christian Boyd.
Okay.
Definitely thought he might be a Seahawks pick, but he is not.
He seemed very Seahawky.
Yes.
But again, they were pretty loaded at that spot.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Cam Young comes back this year. I think Mike Morris is a guy that slept on. We'll see if he's hopefully more than what he obviously was nothing last year with the injury. But yeah, it would be nice to see a team that just competes a little bit more aggressively than we saw, especially on defense the last few years.
Oh yeah, last year that was what made them so hard to watch. Like I don't want to name any names, but the tackling and the effort and the low energy play and the accepting of being like beaten, like the lack of competitiveness. Like you saw Tariq Woolen miss so many tackles in big games. Quandre Diggs' tackling was awful last year. Darrell Taylor just was so soft on the edge. Frank Clark, when he came in, there was just nothing left. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. It was rough to watch, and it's definitely Mike McDonald coming from Baltimore, Michigan, which was exact opposite of that. This has to be a big priority for the scouts who saw how this team played last year. And that's what Derek Hall, we were told he was like, and that didn't show up on the field. So we got to hope that attitude and that leadership actually comes through with some of these picks. But that's where Barner, I think you can project him really easily into the NFL. I don't know as much about that 5th round corner. And I think the 2 guards they picked should really fit in well with that group. They need to get tougher. They need an attitude. That offensive line was just a mess last year.
Yeah. My initial read, my gut initial read is that they didn't do well enough in this draft. They did. This is definitely not. I don't think this is going to be the draft that vaults them significantly, relatively speaking, to other teams up in the list of contenders. I'm not sure I see the upside for that. I think that they got some really, solid pieces that can help them kind of reshape the foundation and the culture. But I think this is the coaching's going to have to elevate this team. This draft, I don't think is going to come through and turn the tide in a serious way.
No, I think that's totally fair. How many starters do you see come out of this draft? That's
maybe 0.
Well, I mean, like future starters.
Future starters. I mean, I'm talking about this year.
Murphy's a future starter.
Murphy for sure.
One of Haynes. Haynes is probably a future starter.
Haynes will start. He could start some games this year. He could win the starting job.
Noah Fant's going to be the starter tight end, so it's not going to be Barner.
Yeah, Barner could take that over, but I don't know if he's just a different kind of tight end.
Yeah. Who was the first pick in the 4th round? Oh, the linebacker.
Tyrese Knight.
He has a clear path to starting next year. Not this year, next year.
You know what, though, Jeff? I don't know that starter is a good bar because you can be the starter for a bad team.
Yeah, that's true. Fine.
Like,
Impact
is
starter.
Tyrese Knight going to be – are people going to say, oh, I wish we had Tyrese Knight instead of Dre Greenlaw? You know, or –
I don't know.
I don't know. Like
when Dre Greenlaw was drafted, I wouldn't have ever projected him as a –
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm –
it's the most optimistic way of looking at anything.
I think that's a good way to look at it. I mean, Dre Greenlaw was picked 148th in the 5th round. So that's it, right? Like that's kind of my point is he's going to have to be one of those kind of guys to be, not because he should be, but because the Seahawks need those guys. So either these guys turn into that level. Like, who do we like last year at linebacker that ended up popping in Minnesota?
Oh, what was that guy? Ivan Pace.
Remember Ivan Pace, right?
Yeah.
Talked about him a lot. And he was like a 6th round pick or whatever he was. Maybe a 7th round pick.
He might not have even been drafted.
Was he UDFA? Yeah, I mean,
he
like
was a UDFA. We were claiming for him in the 5th last year.
Yeah. He was an undrafted free agent, right? So you need some of those guys to just come out of somewhere. There, Jaden Crumedy, who is also a Seahawks visit, gone. So a little bit of a run on interior defensive line late here in the draft. The Colts are on the clock now. Pick 201. The Seahawks are with the Colts pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks before the Seahawks are back up on the board. But the vibes are a little mediocre to me.
That's fair. I was really happy with the first 2 days. Like, almost concerned that it was so normal and they hit the right positions. Didn't like round 4 today. Round 5, I knew next to nothing about that player. I'm not going to lie. He's a traitsy, tool-based. I know you talked about that guy has big-time speed, but what I can see, he's got issues with tracking the ball and he's got issues in tackling. So that's a pure project kind of pick. I've liked round 6, but round 6, I don't think is like getting solid players in round 6 is not. Those have like a less than 5% chance of hitting. So they need a player. I know Shield once wrote an article, Shield Kapadia, about how good they were in UDFA and how much important that was during their Super Bowl years. But what the Seahawks really need is to hit in that round 4 to 6 range. Because when they were really good, they pulled a player out every year. It was Cam Chancellor in year 1 in round 5, Richard Sherman and KJ Wright, day 3 in year 2, and Byron Maxwell. And those guys becoming starters just doesn't give you not only like a massive advantage, but financial advantage. And really, the Seahawks have not really pulled out of that. Like Tariq Woolen excited so many people his rookie year because they hadn't hit a guy like that in years. And he was like the runner-up to Sauce Gardner, who was the 4th overall pick. To pull a guy like that out of the 5th round, it's a franchise-altering pick. But he really regressed last year. He kind of lost. He's still a good cover corner, but he was not the same kind of impact player on the ball that he was as a rookie. But if you look at like the last 7 or 8 drafts, most of their impact players have come in early picks. DK Metcalf and Lockett and or Frank Clark. But day 3, they haven't really hit. And I don't know if they've made a tendency to just try to fill roles, or they haven't chased enough upside, or their evaluations haven't been good enough. And again, they hit, other than safety, I think they had a real needs-based draft, but I don't know if there's that upside. And we said going into the draft, the Seahawks are sort of in this upper level of purgatory where they're capped at like a 9 max, probably 10-win ceiling outside of like a real breakout from somewhere we're not projecting. The thing that can change you, like it did with the Rams last year, is these day 3. And I see a lot of okay. I'm with you. I don't see a lot of great. So hopefully, I think the biggest chances we all have to be wrong is the linebacker night. If he hits and he's like a KJ Wright kind of player, obviously it's one of the best linebackers in Seahawks history. But that was a guy I didn't know anything about at the time when he was drafted. I think he's the guy that would have to hit. And then obviously one of these corners, but I'm with you. I think they mostly did well. And I think Murphy dominates my opinion of this draft, but not having that second rounder is a big hole. I think the guy they traded, based on that, they took the linebacker early. I believe the man they were going to trade up for was Junior Colson. I don't have any intel on that, but that's my read of it, because he was quickly to get uncomfortable when he could have easily been like, yeah, it was Haynes. Like, we're trading up for Haynes. I think it was Junior Colson. So we're missing that part of the draft. I think it's mostly solid. I don't think it's a bad draft by any means, but I don't think it's going to be a franchise-altering draft, which is what me and you have been hoping for a long time.
Yeah, I'll respond to that in a second. Just catch people up. As I said, Christian Boyd went to the Saints. Then Jaden Crumedy, another guy that the Seahawks had a visit with, went to the Panthers. Micah Abraham, a corner, went to the Colts. Travis Glover, offensive tackle or guard, who the Seahawks had a meeting with, went to the Packers. Okay. So the Vikings are on the clock at 2:03. The Seahawks pick at 2:07. I will put it back up on the board here in a second. I think what I would I don't get to choose the ads, by the way, that show up. So sorry. Those should be matched to you, not to me. Will Reichard, a kicker gets picked by the Vikings. So the Bills are on the clock at 2:04. Here's the thing. There's a lot of different ways I look at drafts at the very first blush, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the first one's obvious, like the player. Do I like him? Do I think he's great? Do I see upside? I'm always an upside guy. I'm a big ceiling guy. What are the traits? What are the elite things about this player? Because if someone doesn't do something in an elite way, the likelihood that they're going to be an elite NFL player, I think, is very low. You don't get a lot of guys that are like, oh, they're pretty good at a lot of things, and they become all pros. Like, usually they're just crazy. Then I look for fit and need. And is this player have a place? And so one of the things that I loved is 2010, you certainly knew where Russell Okung was going to play. They needed a left tackle. You knew Earl Thomas. They didn't have a safety like that. Cam Chancellor, I saw a place. They had at that point Lawyer Malloy, but you could see, okay, he's the next Lawyer Malloy. You could see how he's going to develop into that. You could kind of, and when KJ Wright got drafted in a 4th round, this guy had massive arm length and 6'4", and it was like, you don't see linebackers like that. And the point I guess I have for this draft, I think DJ James and Nehemiah Pritchett seem like fantastic value picks at a very valuable position. But then I'm like, okay, but you're pushing good out of good for good. So if they become good corners, then you still have good corners.
Exactly.
So I'm struggling a little bit with that in terms of you might get a good player, but there is a limit. I'm always, you and I talk about draft the same spot, create a position of strength. So I don't mind going over and over in a position, but at some point you're going to be not rostering guys that are good players. And so how does that help? That's the part I'm struggling with a little bit. Like, I think the corners could be some of the highest upside guys in this draft. But I'm just like, okay, so what does that mean? What does that mean for the Seahawks?
So I think the corners for sure. I 100% agree. I think defensive tackle is an area they might have really created a position of strength, and that could change their ceiling a lot. What Brock Heward tweeted earlier today, I don't think I agree with this. He said all the Seahawks pick have lots and lots of traits, and he went through each one and said so. For Murphy, he said rare explosion and twitch. For Haynes, he said power personified. For Knight, he said burp and pop. Barner, he said length. That is not how I would describe
He's
AJ
6'6".
Yeah. And Pritchett, he said straight line speed. And Lamea, he called his favorite pick. He said, as I watch tape for games, very few have had a higher tenacity and anger factor than this guy. So I don't think I see the draft class that way. I don't think I see when Michael Sean Dugar came on our show, he said, well, the Seahawks need our guys with superpowers, essentially. Like they had their superpower. That's sort of essentially what you just talked about. KJ Wright was his ability to recognize plays and his arm length, but his ability to read plays. I see a lot of like, yeah, these guys are solid, but I'm with you. This feels like a B draft. And I think they needed an A draft. And again, not having that second rounder made it utterly challenging, but I think we're seeing a flaw in the strategy where I don't think they're chasing high enough. And some of the things they did was find those unique. I know Pete talked about this, like their unique strength, but it seems like they are getting like these well-rounded guys rather than people with unique strengths. And that's what makes a lot of these guys hit.
What grade would you have given? Did you give the 2015 draft? By the way, the Bills just selected Tylen Grable, an offensive tackle. What would you give the 2015 draft? It was Frank Clark and Tyler Lockett. And then it was Terry Poole, Mark Lewinsky, Ty Smith, Obum Gwanchum, Christian Sokoli, and Ryan Murphy.
B+.
So the interesting part there is, right, you got 2 Pro Bowl level players at the top.
Yeah.
And then the rest is pretty forgettable. Glowinski has had a decent career. He's never been a Pro Bowler, but he's been a 6-year starter. And so that's a little bit of what and Houston just picked Jawar Jordan, a running back. So we're at 206. I'm going to put this back up on screen. We're getting close to the Seahawks' last pick. That's a little bit what this draft could be. You could have Byron Murphy and Christian Haynes be very, very good players. And the rest of I think TJ Barner, Glowinski might be a similar valuable level player. I think Barner could be better than that.
Yeah.
And then you got these corners that could be good. So, I mean, I see the promise in every one of these players.
Even Knight?
I do. I absolutely do. I think part of this is this is the challenge, Jeff, with the stick and pick approach is the lack of second round pick dramatically adjusts this draft. I mean, if you had a second round pick, we'd be talking about someone in between Haynes and Murphy. And then I think we could be really interested. But not having that second round pick, then you don't have a Junior Colson. You don't have, if I were to scroll back to the second round, I'm curious now.
Well, and here's the double whammy, because if you take Colson, you probably take someone different in the 4th.
Exactly. Right. So if you go back to where the Seahawks had their pick, Tyler Nubin was picked, then Mason Smith, Chris Jenkins, Mike Sainristil. Like, would I rather have Mike Sainristil instead of the DJ James that they drafted as a nickel? Yeah. But that would be a massive difference for this draft.
Yeah.
Or Zach Frazier, or Marshawn Nealand, Javon Bullard. Like, these are all second round picks. Cole Bishop. I mean, I'm kind of torturing myself now.
Yeah, I don't. But then you're giving up Byron Murphy for.
Yeah.
Byron Murphy for maybe Graham Barden. I don't know if they would have taken Graham Barden. They might have taken Darius Robinson.
I know. That's what we'll never know. We'll never know.
They
We
might
do
have
have a
taken
super.
Darian Arnold.
They could have. They might have. They clearly liked the corners in this draft quite a bit.
Yeah, so if they ended up with Terrian Arnold and Colson, are you happier than that or with Byron Murphy?
I mean, if that's the question, wait, Terry Arnold and Colson, you said?
Yeah.
And Christian Haynes?
Yeah.
I think I'm happier with Murphy. But it's not a clear cut for me.
No, the fact that you have to stick and think for a while.
Hawks fan Mattman super chat says, could these picks be indicative of John working with the coaches who might have better insight on these guys from so much recent college experience? Nathaniel Watson goes one pick before the Seahawks. What do you think, Jeff? Do you think that there's reason to believe this is indicative of this John working with the coaches?
No, I would probably assume the opposite. I assume that the coaches definitely gave them some unique insights, but I don't think they're just drafting guys the coaches want. I think we're sitting a lot of common John Schneider needs other than the first two picks. But I'm sure like you having the intel on the Utah guard obviously helps, and Barner. I think with Jay Harbaugh and with McDonald, the evaluation of Barner, it's as good as anyone other than the Chargers. So I don't think it's that. Like I think it's pretty clear from John's actions that he's kind of flexing his muscle as the personnel guy. But so no, I'm going to say no to that question.
Okay.
So we're on the
clock.
clock.
They pick Michael Pratt here. They go quarterback.
I could see him doing that just so John said, "Hey, I took a quarterback." You
I
guys
know,
can't
right?
bring that up anymore.
The highest guy right now on the consensus board is Brendan Rice. I'm going to say Grayson Murphy.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Grayson Murphy.
I'm going to say a running back to send everyone, even though
Mike Jarrell.
Oh, the guy from Finley. They had him in for the visit.
They did. Where is he on the board here? Hold on. Scrolling down. I mean, they're certainly adding to the line. Where is Jarrell on this?
Probably not even on the board. He was the guy.
He's not on the board.
School. Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a look what people have to say about him.
Was he one of their visits? I remember seeing something that they were visiting with someone from a really
search
small
on Twitter for him.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Jarrell. Dane Brugler has him as an undrafted free agent, ranked 29th on the tackle list. He was born and raised in West Indianapolis and was a basketball player before he started playing football in 6th grade. He played tight end as a sophomore at Pike High before moving to offensive line. A 0-star recruit, he had only Division II offers and committed to Findlay in Ohio. He became the school's starting right tackle in 2020, started 40 straight games over the last 4 seasons. Staying loyal to Findlay and bypassing FBS transfer opportunities, Jarrell gets out of his stance quickly and uses independent hands. Although his punch timing can improve, he does a nice job on counter plays and flashes range, but he will find resistance while attempting to move NFL defenders at the point of attack. Overall, Jarrell will encounter a steep learning curve against NFL power, but he is an agile big man with light feet in his sets and length and toughness NFL teams target as a developmental tackle. He is 6'4", 309 pounds. That does not seem like the size to move into guard. This looks like a developmental tackle. He is 24, almost 25 years old.
This is a practice squad player at best.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you get at this time.
So they don't draft a quarterback. They don't draft a receiver. Don't draft a safety?
No. Checking out. Does North Carolina even have Jarrell? No, nothing from him. I'm going to do a quick look for Mike Jarrell, Brandon Thorne.
He might even be on these guys' radar. There's another kicker.
Oh, yeah?
The Rams took a kicker.
Yeah, no profile. There's just nothing here. I don't have anything to offer, folks. Mike Jarrell. Yeah. Michael Jarrell. Well, Kentley Platty has him as an offensive guard prospect, and he has him as a 93rd percentile athlete. At 6'4", 309, he has him at a 4.94 40 with a 99th percentile 40-yard dash and a 99th percentile 10-yard split. His agility is 55th percentile. His explosion is 96th percentile. He's got 33, almost 34-inch arms. So he's an athlete. That's at least something.
Yeah, they're just taking a complete project at that point.
All right, dude. Let's look at their full draft, and we'll kind of wrap up here.
We did hundreds of sims.
Stop sharing this screen. Let me go to this side. This is better. Teams, Seahawks. Okay, so this is the draft. Oh, Christian Mahogany goes
Took him
to the Lions.
Lions. If he hits, that's going to be annoying.
That's going to be very annoying if they went this many times at offensive line and they didn't take Mahogany and he hits. That's going to be hard. Well, dude, they went 3 times for the offensive line.
Yeah. One, I'm not even sure I counted. He's just like a project.
Yeah. I don't think I have much more to add beyond what we already talked about.
Yeah, it's the more you look at that 4th round is tough. I think you could have had some different names in there that really would have changed my perspective of this draft class. Like, obviously, it's based on my evaluations, but you put Malik Mustafa in there, and you put...
And not on the 49ers?
Yeah, you put Malik Mustafa in there instead of... And then I don't know who else you would have needed in there, but my feeling of this draft would be totally different. If you put Mustafa where they took the linebacker and maybe they took a different linebacker where they took the corner at the top of the 5th, I think I'm feeling a lot better. And yeah, last year we said day 2 was the clear miss in their draft. I think round 4 this year, or the first 3 picks of round 4 and 5. I think the way they did the positions and the ordering and the sequencing, I think that's where this draft leaves a lot to be desired. And just looking at the names right there, you look at them and it's just like, after Byron Murphy, there's not a lot that pops off the screen to you.
Well, let's talk about what were the Seahawks' weaknesses last year. Where did they need to get better?
Interior offensive line, interior
well,
defensive
in terms
line.
of the game, the way that they played, like what was their passing game, rushing, pass rushing, coverage, tackling. Like, what were their weaknesses? Where did they
Stopping the run.
stopping the run, inside or outside?
Yeah.
They couldn't set edges. Their tackling was pretty atrocious.
Tackling was an issue. Coverage at linebacker was a big problem.
Sometimes at safety too, but coverage at linebacker for sure.
No, let's say both.
Yeah.
The back seven coverage was a big problem.
The pass rush was inconsistent. It certainly wasn't. I mean, it was one of the better sack teams in the NFL, but it wasn't like a pass rush that anyone feared.
No, once Mafe kind of went cold, the whole thing was dead, basically.
So if we just look at defense, can we say that they improved their pass rush through this draft? I think yes, with Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy could completely change their pass rush.
I don't think there's anyone else that they drafted that has a real impact on the pass rush.
No, not a single pick. They didn't make a single edge pick.
We know that Mike McDonald's priority is to build a run wall and basically like stop the run game so that they can get after the quarterback a little bit more and play coverage in the way that they want.
Yeah.
Did they help their run defense and tackling in this draft?
They helped their run defense. I think adding Murphy in there has to help their run defense.
I think that's true.
Tackling? Not really.
Tyrese Knight might be.
Might be. Well, he's a good tackler, but is he going to play this year?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's a rotational guy.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know that I have a lot. I mean, that Tyrese Knight and Byron Murphy, like, I don't think there's a strong story to be told, at least from the draft, that they've made a difference there. I think Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson can be part of that story.
And that's why Mustafa was such a name to me that fit. He is a tackling safety that could play some linebacker. And they didn't add a single safety, so there's a thing they're pushing out to next year. That was a part of the strategy we talked about.
Or they think that they've got other safeties on the roster that we're not thinking of as safeties, like Kobe Bryant, like Mike Jackson, maybe Jarek Reed coming back. Who knows?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if the draft did much to really help the defense other than Byron Murphy's a huge ad. What about on offense? Offensive line was like the thing, right? They just could not protect.
What
did they do?
I think run blocking was a huge problem for them.
Run blocking was they did not have a consistent run game. That also they did not have a good pass protection scheme and pass protecting players. Gino was having to get rid of the ball super fast. Do we think that there's a credible case to be made that they'll be better in that capacity?
Yeah. I don't know how much better, but yeah, I think there is.
I think
the combination of Haynes at guard, Barner at tight end, I think there's a case that they're set up to be a better run team. But man, Oluwatimi is a big winner coming out of this draft.
Potentially, unless Haynes ends up being a center.
Yeah, or Nick Harris.
Right? And so I think that's the most credible thing to be encouraged about. I mean, we talked a lot about Byron Murphy, but the rest of the draft, they went 3 times deep into the offensive line. 2 of them clearly profile as interior offensive linemen, and the third guy might as well, depending on who you're reading. So, and Haynes seems like a very projectable guy that's going to get playing time. So, if you and I knew coming into this draft that the only 2 things that they would do is they would improve their run defense and pass rush on the interior defensive line, and they would improve their pass protection and run blocking in the interior offensive line, I think we would have said, okay.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It's a B.
Yeah. I feel like a little more like B-, C+ right now, just based off of like how much value I think we're going to get out of this.
Yeah, fair.
But I'm like talking myself into, okay, what does this really translate into on the field? I mean, if the cornerbacks hit, maybe one of them is a safety, or maybe, I don't know, like maybe they play different schemes where they have a lot of defensive backs on the field, and these guys play more. I don't know.
Yeah. To me, the Byron Murphy thing sways. I think any other pick they could have made, I'm starting at B. Because again, we talk about how much blue chip players swing draft grades and how the impact of a draft. And I think they got a guy who typically goes in the top 10 and at a position where it's rare to find like a really good 3 technique. So that for me, I don't think you can get us. I think you could have drafted kickers the rest of the draft and you'd still get a B from me. So that says how I feel about the rest of the draft, that they didn't raise the ceiling at all. But I think B minus, C plus, C. I don't think you're off base.
Yeah. We do have a super chat. Let's get to that. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. Says, does it change the way you view the draft if you look at it like we drafted Leonard Williams in the 2nd round? Imagine the roster without Williams and say Chris Jenkins. Which would you prefer? Do you have a thought there, Jeff?
Oh, I'd prefer Leonard Williams, but the combination of Chris Jenkins plus 10 million this year and 20 million next year is probably the right answer. But I love the idea of having a dominant defensive tackle duo. I thought Chris Jenkins' profile is Jaron Reed. I think they're very similar. Jenkins might be a better leader but I'm much more excited with having a Leonard Williams than a Jaron Reed, even though the cost is.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, Jordan, and it's never forgotten for me about why we don't have a 2nd round pick and the fact that it's really hard to find defensive tackles, and Leonard Williams is one of the better ones. So I'm happy we have Leonard Williams. I will pretty much always or almost always be someone that says trading 2nd round or 1st round picks for veteran players, like late 20s veteran players in age, is not good process. And so if you really want to know, I probably would rather have the 2nd round pick. And I don't know that it's Chris Jenkins is that pick, but one of the other players. I don't think they would have gone Byron Murphy and then Chris Jenkins. I think it could have been Byron Murphy and Mike Sainristil or one of these other, maybe Junior Colson or something like that. So Javon Bullard, I'll tell you pretty clearly, I'd rather have 2 promising, potentially Pro Bowl or all pro level young players under control than a $21.5 million per year veteran. So I just don't think the Seahawks are Leonard Williams away from being competitive. And I think as it stands right now, the Seahawks may be getting to the point of being competitive by the time Leonard Williams' contract is up. So that's kind of where, you just have to really be thoughtful about where you're spending your resources. And I'm thrilled to have Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. I will love watching them play, but from a purely objective roster building, I don't know if I can really make the case it was the right move.
No. And I think if they knew they'd end up with the ability to draft Byron Murphy, I don't think they would have ever made the Leonard Williams trade, or I don't even know if they would have signed him back. I think part of the reason they signed him is I think they were under the impression they would not be able to get a defensive tackle of that quality in this draft. And they probably shouldn't have. I think that's what made that first pick. So I saw your reaction. It was pure joy. And they shouldn't have got that player at that spot. He's a top 10 level prospect. And if Atlanta didn't take Penix, I think the consensus going in was Murphy was going to go there. So if they don't get Murphy and they don't get Williams, that defensive tackle group looks really barren. So I see why they did the Williams trade and the re-signing, because I think it's reasonable, especially when they made the trade. There's no way they were projecting they'd be drafting in the top 16. They were, I think, 6-2 at the time, or 5-2, and tied with the Niners. So it's amazing they got both. But yeah, Brian's right. You don't, just from a team building perspective, you only want to make moves like that if you're in the window with a rookie contract for a quarterback, and you can kind of spend money a little wildly like other teams have done, or you're in a championship window and it's just a unique chance. But for the Seahawks that are in more or less the purgatory spot, that's never the right move you want to make, because like Brian said, by the time the Seahawks are ready to win, ideally with Mike McDonald, you're looking at a 32-year-old player. It's just what kind of Seahawks kind of came to last year, where they had all this money and safeties, but they're not ready to win. So it didn't make sense.
Chat is hating this discussion. They think we're being way too negative, and that there's a lot here. I'll just I'll just repeat. I'm looking for where some of these players are going to impact the team in the next year to 2 years, and I have some questions. I just have some questions about that in the back half of the draft. If they find a place for Nehemiah Pritchett or DJ James to be a player this year that actually dramatically improves the play on the field for the defense, I absolutely love that. I don't see it yet. And so I'm not sitting here like this is an F draft. I think that there's questions here. And if you think that there's clarity and it's like, here's exactly how this player is going to fit and exactly how they're going to be used, honestly, I think you're full of it. None of us know exactly how the defense is going to play. And in a cornerback room that already has a lot of playable corners and high quality corners, you added 2 corners on day 3. So where are they going to play? How are they going to raise your level of play? We don't have the answer to that. And then I think on the linebacker side, we've got 2 linebackers that are starting linebackers, which some people would say Tyrell Dodson's not a starting level linebacker. And you came out with a 4th round linebacker that there's some disparity about what kind of player he is. I'm actually like hopeful. I'll trust Mike McDonald's assessment of linebackers, but I don't have a lot of evidence to say why this guy is going to be a high ceiling linebacker. So that's where, for me, saying something is a B minus C plus is C is average. For something to be a B plus, A minus, I have to see where it's clearly raising the level of play for the team and the roster. Other than Byron Murphy and Christian Haynes, who I think are very solid to very great picks, I'm not sure I see that. So that's where I just have to wait and see. But it's my immediate reaction, and I certainly would be thrilled to find out that, okay, this is how he's going to play the defense, and here's how all these guys slot in, and here's why it's all going to work out. So sorry, folks would rather just be me blowing smoke, but I just don't do that. I'm just going to tell you exactly what I think, and either I'll be right, I'll be wrong, but I put it out there for everyone to hear. So that's part of the conversation.
And coming into today, I was pretty close to A for the draft. I loved what they did at 16. It was my ideal scenario, and the fact that at 81 they were still able to get a guy that I thought was a 2nd round pick. I think that A dropped to B for me today. I didn't like. I think they missed opportunities. And we said this coming out of day 2 last year. Turned out to be a real missed opportunity. It felt it with all those picks after that great trade they made with Denver. To me, this felt like a missed opportunity. So that dropped my grade from A to B.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to let folks go. Thank you guys for sticking with us for what's been like 20 hours of draft coverage over the last 3 days, not to mention all the other coverage we've done leading up to this. It's been a blast. I appreciate it. The chat's been fantastic. We've added a bunch of new YouTube members. We'd love to add more. The link is in the chat pinned, and it's in the description of the video. Also become a patron at patreon.com/hawkblogger. That'll get you access to the Slack channel where the chat continues. If you enjoyed the chat, join patreon.com/hawkblogger. You can have the conversation there as well. And you'll get audio versions of all the podcasts along the way. So I'm going to probably I will do a show tomorrow. I'm working on timing, but I'll let you guys know as soon as that's the case. I see this comment from Alejandro that Brian is usually wrong. Buddy, go back and watch the videos. I will stand by my draft assessments of players over anybody else's. So I appreciate that you've got your opinion, but let's see everyone else put them on video year after year. I think I've been pretty good in that regard. All right, folks, thank you so much and take care. I'm out of here.